meeting to order. If we could have roll call, please.
Carlson. Here. Hurtak. Here. Clendenin.
Here.
Henderson.
Present.
Vieira.
Here.
Miranda. Here. And Maniscalco.
Here.
We have
I-
a quorum.
Thank you very much. And I'd like to yield to Councilmember Henderson for today's invocation.
Thank you, Chair. Pastor Alan M. Harris has the single honor of serving as the lead servant, senior pastor of Beulah Baptist Institutional Church, the oldest African-American Baptist church in Tampa. Pastor Harris holds 3 postgraduate degrees and is currently working on his 4th. Pastor Harris is a staunch advocate of social justice matters and ministering within the community. He is married to Joy L. Harris for 18 years, and they are the proud parents of Isaiah Allen and 13-year-old and their blessed surprise, Ivana L. Harris, who is 6 months old. Welcome, Pastor Harris.
Please stand and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let us pray. Eternal God, our Heavenly Father, how thankful and grateful we are for this another day which you have allowed us to see. And Father, as you have allowed us to gather in this place at this appointed time, Father, we are reminded that you told us in your word that we are to give thanks in all things. And so this morning, God, we are so thankful as we count the many blessings which you have bestowed upon us. Father, as we are still dealing with the aftermath of Hurricane Milton, Father, we take nothing for granted on this morning. And so, Father, we thank you for life, thank you for health, and thank you for strength. Father, thank you for keeping us and sustaining us in the midst of it all. And on this morning, God, we thank you, Lord, also for the various leaders that you have raised up and appointed for such a time as this. And Father, we ask, God, your continued blessings upon them, that, God, they would seek your face for wisdom, that they would seek your face for insight. God, that they would seek your face for guidance. Father, as they continue, Lord, to minister and serve the people of this great city, Father, continue, Lord, to help them to be steadfast and unmovable, always abounding in the work of the Lord, knowing that their labor is not in vain. Father, we pray now, God, that we would not only be people who would thank you, Lord, for our leaders, but Father, may we come around them. May we support them. May we encourage them, Lord, as they continue, Lord, to serve this great city. Father, continue to bless us as only you can. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, we already did roll call. Mr. Shelby, would you like to review the rules and procedures of public comment?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Good morning, City Council.
Good morning.
Members of the public, Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney. I will be brief with regard to public comment this morning. There are speaker cards for you to fill out to place in the box outside the chambers. 1 card per speaker, please. Cards will be accepted until the start of general public comment. Each person speaking will be recognized by name to approach and speak. A 3-minute time limit applies. Please print legibly. Names that cannot be read will not be called. And if you're here to speak at a public hearing, and there is one, I believe, on today's agenda, use the sign-in sheet instead. And if you need assistance, please see city staff. A 3-minute time limit applies to all speakers, and members of the public are reminded, please, to refrain from disruptive behavior, including making vulgar or threatening remarks, or making or causing disruptive noises or sounds, or displaying signs or graphics. And speakers are also reminded to refrain from making personal attacks against any city official, staff member, or members of the public. Persons failing to comply with these council rules may be ruled out of order and at the discretion of the chair may be removed from the chambers for the remainder of the day. And finally, council, please know that the rules require you to refrain from engaging a speaker under a public comment section, and the public should be aware that the City Council does not take questions or have a dialogue during general public comment. This is your opportunity to express your concerns and your opinion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, I'm going to do some housekeeping. Item number 1, Councilmember Hurtak is going to continue that item, correct?
Yes. The commendation for Harry Hedges will be continued to a future date. Mr. Hedges' home was damaged during Helene. We will find a future date that works for him and his family, so I do not have a time or date
All
to move
right,
it
so we
to.
get a motion to continue to a future date. We have a second? Second from Councilman Miranda. We'll determine that date. All in favor?
Aye.
Item number 2 is my item. I'd like to continue that if someone would like to make a motion for a future date. Motion from Councilmember Clendenin, second from Councilmember Vieira. All in favor?
Aye.
All right. I'd like to make a motion, because we don't have ceremonial today, and regarding the administration update, as we begin this meeting, after we go through housekeeping, that the administration provide us a storm update. We need a motion. Motion from Councilmember Vieira, second from Councilmember Hurtak. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right. Motion. I have received a memo to pull items 39 and 40 and place them under staff reports.
Second.
We have a motion and a second from Councilmember Clendenin, second from Councilmember Henderson. All in favor? Aye. Yes, ma'am. It's because of the amount of money, that's why. Yes.
I'm gonna have to recuse myself from item number 40, and I just want to let folks know that now.
Okay. When we get to it, and then we'll,
Okay.
Mr. Shelby will go through everything.
You can vote to move it on the agenda, you can vote to approve it.
Yes, but I just wanted people to be aware that I'm
Thank
gonna
you.
have to recuse myself when it comes time.
Understood, thank you.
All right, sounds good. So 39 and 40 will be placed under staff reports. I have a memo received to continue items 53 and 54 to November 7th. 53 and 54 being continued to November 7th for the 10:30 a.m. public hearings. We have a motion from Councilmember.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
we're going to have to hold those till 10:30 a.m.
to 10:30, okay, so just so the public knows, 53 and 54, we're gonna have to hold it till 10:30, but there's a request to continue this to November 7th. Okay, under staff reports, and I'll let you know that a lot of these are requesting to continue to December 5th. We already have 5 staff reports set for November 5th, leaving room for 2 more unless council waives the rules by a supermajority vote, which would make 11 staff reports total for December 5th. Can any of these be converted to a written staff report or set for a later date that has available staff reports? So I'm going to go through them one by one. First, we're going to ask, for item number 58, there's a request to move that to December 5th under written staff report. Is that good?
Can we move that further? I mean, since it's gonna be so,
Can we move that into January, because it's not something that's necessarily pressing?
All right. Let me get a January date.
Sorry, I should.
This is,
We have January 23rd.
and how many
So
are on
moved to
January
move this,
23rd?
item 58 to January 23rd.
All right, 58 is a motion to January 23rd under in-person staff reports.
January 23rd. It's open.
It's fine. Yeah, I'm looking at it. We have a motion from Councilmember Clendenin, second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
And the same for 59?
59, Councilmember Vieira, that was your motion. Is that good for January 23rd, or do you want it for sure on December 5th?
Let's do January 23rd. That park was flooded, and Officer Paz will be here in December, but yeah, let's do January.
All right, we have a motion and a second for 59 for January 23rd from Councilmember Clendenin and second from Councilman Vieira. All in favor? Aye. Item number 60.
So while we're on a roll, why don't we do the same thing for that
Yeah,
one?
60, January 23rd. That's my motion. If someone wants to make that motion, Councilmember Miranda, do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Councilmember Clendenin. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, item number 61, there's a request to continue this to November 21st. Is that good?
Second.
All right, we have a motion from Councilmember Vieira, second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, item number 62. This is for a December 5th continuation. Motion,
Yeah, can we do that in January?
Can we push
yeah,
that
January
forward, too?
23rd. Is that good, Councilman Vieira?
Is there any way that we can, what, does December particularly packed, or?
Yeah, it's very, very busy.
January's fine.
All right, we have a motion for January 23rd for item 62, second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Item number 63, there's also a request.
I say,
Councilmember Hurtak?
I was going to say, I mean, if it's gonna be continued to December 5th, the next quarterly update's gonna be January 9th anyway. So I say we
January
just
9th.
cancel this and then wait till the January 9th.
So moved.
Move to strike from the agenda then?
Yes.
All right, we have a motion from Councilmember Hurtak, second from Councilmember Carlson. All in favor? So
Aye.
item 63, we're gonna strike that from the agenda and wait till the January 9th. Item 64, Councilmember Henderson?
December 5th is fine, that'll be one.
Okay, so that is, 64 is a motion to continue to December 5th by Councilmember Henderson, second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
And then for written staff reports, 65, there's a request for December 5th, but it's written.
Yeah, it's a real one.
So we have a motion from Councilmember Hurtak?
Yep.
Second from Councilmember Miranda, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay,
That's
at
painless.
this time, yes? What? Yes, Councilmember Hurtak?
Thank you. I don't need to do, I don't really need to pull the items, but I have some motions I'd like to connect to items 30 and 31 when we get to them. So I know that you prefer to have us make the motion in connection to the item. So if we could just not really pull them, but sort of pull them, 30 and 31. Yeah, just to have separate votes, just so I can
So when
make
that-
my motion.
When that committee, the consent item comes up under your committee, then
Yes,
we'll,
yeah.
just remind me.
Okay, no, I just wanted to let you all know ahead of time. Is that,
Yeah, that's,
I know how much you prefer that, so.
yes, ma'am. What is that? 62? And did we move that for January 23rd?
Oh, yes. Thank you for that. I was about, Lisa.
Yeah, that's fine. We have
yes,
the. we have the
ceremonial.
spot
Thank
there.
you.
All right,
and
so
thank you.
item 62, a motion to place that under ceremonial at the January 23rd City Council. We have a motion from Councilmember Vieira, second from Councilmember Clendenin. All in favor?
Aye.
All right. So at this time, we're going to go to a storm update by the administration. Let me just give you the ground rules here. Please allow him to make the entire presentation before asking any questions. Yeah? All right, can I get approval of the minutes from October 3rd? Motion from Councilmember Clendenin,
No,
second
go
from
ahead.
Councilmember Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Yes, Councilmember Hurtak?
Sorry. I also want to pull 41 during that same time. So for me, 39, 40, and 41, I apologize.
Just remind me when
Yeah,
we get
okay.
to it. And then can I get a motion to approve the agenda and the addendum? Motion from Councilmember Miranda, second from Councilmember Clendenin. All in favor? Aye. All right, so we're going to have the administration give us a storm update. Please allow them to complete the entire presentation before asking any questions. When we get to council members to ask questions, I'm going to start with Councilmember Vieira because he just had a neighborhood meeting Tuesday night. Then I'll go down the line, starting with Councilmember Miranda. We'll be given 5 minutes each to speak. First round, second round, 3 minutes. And then we'll, of course, begin then. Chief of Staff Bennett, do you want to kick it off?
And
Yes, Mr. Shelby?
With regard to public comment, that'll take place?
Public comment will take place right after this update.
Thank you.
We'll go right into public comment.
After the council speaks as
After
well.
the council speaks and we have this complete presentation. Yes. Yes, sir, Chief.
Good morning, Chairman. Good morning, Council, and good morning to our public. John Bennett, Chief of Staff. First, I want to thank Council for giving us the time this morning to share with you and the public where we are in this situation with the aftermath of Hurricane Milton. To give you some context, I've been serving the city since 1984. In 2004, we had 4 storms in 6 weeks, about the time it takes to present the budget and pass the budget. In mid-August to late September, we had 4 storms. They were Charlie, Francis, Ivan, and Jean. So we've had 2 storms in 2 weeks, and obviously the 4 phases of emergency management start with mitigation, preparedness, response, and recovery. We are in between response and recovery because not everything is settled to be in a recovery state. I also want to thank Council for all the support they've given the administration over this administration to do a lot of mitigation and preparedness work, and you'll hear from our emergency management team exactly what that entailed. But everything you can think of, from approving pipes to doing stormwater work, all these things created mitigation efforts in our preparedness to help the city stand resilient against these 2 storms. I'm going to introduce, I believe Chief Tripp might be virtual. Yes, sir. So she's going to come on and introduce her staff. As the chairman mentioned, we'll have a brief presentation, just give you the highlights. We're going to try and stay forward-facing. We have plenty of time for after-action work, but it's more important that we tell the public what can we do for you now and what are we trying to do now. And then, of course, Council can supply feedback, and we have all our subject matter experts and portfolios here to answer questions after the presentation.
Mr. Chair, could I just
and we'll
ask
go
a
from there.
procedural question?
No. I laid it out so clearly, and the man is speaking.
The public is going to, this is not a 5-minute update, this is going to be like an hour, and then us speaking will be an hour, and I don't think the public should have to wait 2 hours. I think they should speak after the staff.
I'm only going to speak 30 seconds, so that shaves it off, so.
I think Chief Tripp is virtual, Chair.
Okay. Yes, Chief Tripp.
Good morning, Council. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, first of all, good morning, and Barbara Tripp, Fire Chief, Tampa Fire Rescue, as well as Emergency Manager. As Chief Bennett stated, what we've seen over the last couple of weeks have definitely been challenging for our community as well as the city of Tampa. And of course, in my history, I've never seen two storms, major storms that hit Tampa. So just to let you know that your emergency management team has been preparing and during the incident itself, as well as post, to make sure our city and community get back to a level of normalcy. So with that said, I'm going to introduce Johnny Tapsis, who's the Emergency Manager Director. He's going to present a detailed report of overview of what took place and all of the partners that's been involved throughout and what continue to proceed for our community. And afterwards, I will speak again because we do have individuals that will be able to assist with some flyers and information to the community that may need additional assistance. So I will turn it over to John Tapsis, and Chief Todd is the Chief of Operations.
Good morning, sir. Go ahead.
And good morning, John Tapsis, Emergency Management. Just want to say good morning, City Council, Administration, and the public. I'm here today to provide you with an update from Hurricane Milton, as well as Hurricane Helene, and where we are, what we've been through, and what we're continuing to do with the community. Before I begin, I just have to thank all the public for being prepared for this storm, our city staff that have been working tirelessly for the last 4 weeks for both storms, as well as all the mutual aid partners that came in throughout this storm, throughout the state of Florida, up through Kentucky, Alabama. We had teams throughout our different departments supporting us on this historic storm that came through back to back for us to be able to respond, save lives, and protect property. Just real quick on the overview, similar to past storms, I want to provide the situation report and update of what we did prior to the storm, during the response, and what we're continuing to do to provide services to the public in this time of need. We will go through a timeline of events, our protective actions that we took before the storm, our initial emergency response, our preliminary damage assessments, our ongoing recovery, relief efforts that are currently out in the community, and then the state of our community lifelines where we are today, and then obviously open for any questions. So going back to September 26th into the night of September 27th, we had the landfall and impacts from Hurricane Helene. That was unprecedented storm surge that we had in our community during that time, and I was in front of you after that storm at City Council to provide that update. But then 7 days later, the National Hurricane Center, around October 4th, we started getting alerts from down in Miami and our local National Weather Service of a tropical system that was making its way into the Gulf of Mexico. And slowly as those days went on, and I know you guys are included in our weather briefings and situation reports, we continued to monitor that system as updates were occurring. Ultimately, throughout that week, it was very clear that the west coast of Florida was going to receive impacts from a major hurricane on a very unique track as it went eastward towards the state of Florida in the Gulf of Mexico. And just on the timeline, it got up on October 7th to a Category 5 hurricane, major hurricane in the Gulf of Mexico as it was making its path towards the west coast of Florida. With all these storms, they have a nature of their own, yet our meteorologists have those cone of uncertainty of where that ultimate track will land. But there were many moments throughout those days that City of Tampa Bay was right in the line of getting a direct impact from a major Category 5-4 storm into the Tampa Bay area. That would have been historic, and obviously we had to take all measures appropriate for that situation occurring. Ultimately, October 9th and 10th, there was a landfall made south of us near Siesta Key in Sarasota County, but ultimately we did receive significant impacts to the city of Tampa from this incident. On October 10th at daybreak, our teams initially went out and we started doing our initial first push and response at daybreak that morning in the Emergency Operations Center with city leadership and all our personnel. We were awake, well into the night, going into the morning, and at daybreak, we actually had footage right out on scene going through our push teams, our Emergency Response Center push teams, to get that visual at daybreak. Before the storm, ultimately we have our hurricane plans that we put in motion, and because of Helene just literally 7 days before, we were able to pull right back that playbook out but it did need to be modified as a catastrophic hurricane was expected to our area. We were providing multiple briefings, as you guys were included on those distribution lists. We go into our department protective actions. Our Know Your Role gets activated again. Tampa Fire Rescue, Tampa Police Department activate their hurricane operation plans. We activated sandbag distribution sites as well. TPD did door-to-door announcements, evacuations. Once that evacuation order was made by the Board of County Commissioners and County Administrator. And we also included, other unique challenges. We had to demobilize our comfort stations that we had at DeSoto Park, Majari Park. So a lot of moving parts in place because we were still in that response relief mode from Helene, but then had to really get back into mode for Milton impacts that were coming our way. And also another just mammoth task was all the debris cleanup pre-storm. The big mission pre-storm was to get as much of that debris from Helene up as possible before Milton made landfall. And Larry Washington and his team, I know they really pushed rocks to get as much up as possible before those impacts from Milton. So that was a big objective pre-storm, and a lot of movement was made there. And then there's some statistics up on the board as well of just how much work was actually getting done pre-storm. Additionally, pre-storm, we have to mobilize emergency staffing and equipment between our emergency response agencies, Tampa Police, Tampa Fire, as well as our public works teams, as well as all the Know Your Role positions, and including sheltering operations, as well as our Emergency Operations Center. There were also large efforts to protect critical infrastructure, and some lessons learned we had from Helene and all that storm surge we had fresh in our mind from the week before of what we need to look to protect. And that on this photo is the Krause pump station for wastewater. And we were able to get with the state of Florida to deploy this Tiger Dam pre-storm to protect that critical infrastructure because of the impacts if that did go down during Milton and what that would cause with wastewater backflows. So that protection was added as well. There was an evacuation level called by the county for a level A and B order. That also included activations of general population and special needs shelters. To note of that, our Middleton shelter is one of the largest in Hillsborough County. We had about 1,800 residents that were in that building throughout the storm, and city residents staffed that tirelessly. That was the first to activate Sunday, and going through 4 nights, that shelter was activated, and our city staff were there every day to ensure those residents were safe. Emergency fueling plan, we activated that as well pre-storm. Emergency feeding, we had the Citizen Information Center activated to answer questions from the public, as well as additional COOP planning, because once we get up to a major hurricane status, and what COOP means is continuity of operations, we have to take in aspects of, we're looking at a major hurricane impact to the city of Tampa as a coastal community. We have to put in strategies to ensure that we can have continuity of operations for our departments, for our government. So that was also implemented as well. And obviously, again, other state assets were coming in. We were calling in state assets pre-storm between generators, again, the Tiger Dams, strike teams coming in to assist fire rescue, police, as well as our public works teams. But we put that all in the queue pre-storm. So as I stated, at daybreak, after Hurricane Milton made landfall near Siesta Key, our push teams were out at 6 a.m. that morning. You know, they get food, they go right out, and they start doing their initial push to, again, clear that debris off our critical roadways, and as well as do our critical infrastructure checks throughout the city. We had our emergency drone team deployment, so we were getting live visuals that morning at the EOC. To see literally down streets and even some very innovative stuff with webcams to be able to see what was out in the field at daybreak, which was, it was honestly such an innovative thing that the city of Tampa did during this one. I can't say another city has done that. Then the high water rescues in flooded areas began, so those responses occurred, as well as, you know, Tampa Police Department, Tampa Fire Rescue to get into those flooded areas that occurred post-storm. And I know even Councilman Vieira, you had some with some nonprofits doing some rescues. We were able to get a bus out there to get those residents picked up to a safe location. And we also work closely with TICO in our Emergency Operations Center. So as those teams go through and we found down power lines, we're tracking those live for TICO to get out there and get that restoration process going. Another big thing, obviously, with large power outages throughout the city, our generator deployment needed to take place. So we had generators at many of our critical infrastructure throughout the city of Tampa, but also another challenge was the fuel. So as fuel shortages began, we had to continue to do milk runs, or what they're called, to refill those generators throughout the city of Tampa to ensure operations. So again, a large mammoth response there. So again, preliminary damage assessment, that is a process we have in our emergency plans. And again, that's to assess what occurred during the incident that we have to report up to Hillsborough County. These numbers are ongoing and they will continue to increase in our expectation. But just to lay them out, 778 affected, 787 minor, 311 major, and 24 destroyed homes. So that's from the residential side, and we're approximating about 237 million currently, but we do expect that number to go up on our final damage assessment from Milton. And also to kind of paint the picture, as a historic 2 major storm impacts for Tampa, it really is a tale of 2 stories from Helene and Milton. Helene was that historic storm surge that we received in the city of Tampa. Specific communities received those impacts: Davis Islands, DeSoto Park, South of Gandy, West Shore, and it was historic. A lot of damages, over 500 million expected on that storm. With Hurricane Milton, it's been widespread. We didn't see that surge that we saw for Helene, but we did see widespread wind damage, and we also had that flooding occur as well in certain areas inland. So 2 different storms. But we do use a software called Crisis Track, and that allows us to track these homes, and we use property appraiser data to get those estimates. But again, we are anticipating those numbers to go up as well. So ongoing recovery, as Chief Bennett said, we are still in that between of response and recovery mode. We still have emergency response center push teams out there in the field today. They are clearing trees on roads in neighborhoods throughout the city of Tampa. We have those work orders continuing on today, and we were able to actually pull in a state forestry team to assist us as well, which has been a huge capacity for the city to really get ahead of everything. And I think just one of a best practice that we were able to get that team here is that because we identified so much in the field from that first push, those teams were able to get work orders right away to start work. So we're going to have the forestry team again throughout today. Also, obviously, the fuel shortage has been mitigating today, but it has been very dynamic over the last few days. So we continue that response as well. And the major debris cleanup is ongoing and will take many more days to fully be cleaned up. So that's ongoing as well. Just to kind of paint the picture between the 2 storms from the debris management side, so this is going to be a significant debris operation for Helene, obviously in those localized surge areas, but now with Milton, it's continuing to be an all hands on deck between our contractors, solid waste team, and really everyone that is part of the team that's going to be picking up the debris from both these storms. It is a complicated effort of how we sort and get these to the debris sites and how that is managed and monitored. But that is going to be ongoing. But just to show some of the stats, we were really trying to get that push of getting as much debris pre-Milton to be in a good state of affairs that we currently are, and we're going to be working through for many, many days. On the relief efforts operations, very quickly we were able to work with Hillsborough County and the state of Florida to set up these points of distribution sites at Al Lopez and the Gandy Boat Ramp. Those are the larger operations of drive-through to pick up meals, water, tarps, and other commodities. They have been high demand at these sites that has been tapering off, but after landfall, those sites were very busy. In addition, to get into harder hit areas, especially in the Forest Hills neighborhood and up in North Tampa, we supplied these neighborhood pop-up supplies so individuals could walk up, get those supplies, and have those closer to the community to get those life-saving commodities out there. In addition, the mass feeding operations and donations that are going on in the city, I'm sure all of you have been out and about and see the plethora of different resources that come from our nonprofit partners. I have to give a shout out to Salvation Army, American Red Cross, World Kitchen, and so many others that are out there because they're setting up their own feeding operations and they coordinate with us at the city of where the need is, and they're just providing that great relief out there to the residents as well. And Also at note, at Barksdale, we did have, starting 2 days ago, but yesterday was the full day, is the FEMA Disaster Recovery Center. And we were able to get the state resources there as well as the city resources to be on site for residents to come in, get more information, get updates on their application from FEMA directly. And it is a great resource. We are the only one in Hillsborough County with that resource right now. So a full FEMA Disaster Recovery Center. The only other one is in St. Petersburg. And one thing we're just coming through this challenge is FEMA is stretched. They are having resources all the way up through North Carolina from Helene. And, you know, the staffing out there is limited. I was there all morning yesterday, and there was a point in time where FEMA had to do a cutoff around 11 o'clock that they couldn't take in anymore. We had 100 residents outside. We spoke with them about and explained the situation. We were able to get lunch out there for those residents, but they are stretched thin with staffing, and we're continuing to push with FEMA at headquarters. If we can get more staffing at the site, we'll be able to process more people through that process. And then currently, just the state of community lifelines. I just wanted to highlight on obviously huge improvement this morning. Tico gave us the update this morning, about 8,000 customers still without power, but they're about 99% back on power throughout Hillsborough County. That, again, for the last few days had been one of our biggest issues between fuel and electrical power being out and all the cascading impacts that occurs when that is happening. But we are seeing light at the tunnel, literally, in the city of Tampa this morning. The port is fully operational. Commercial fuel is operational. The majority of all our city fixed assets and critical infrastructure is back on electrical power, and the majority of all supermarkets are back open as well. And then just finally, we are going to be here. Again, our team, the city team, city leadership has been here with our residents for these past 4 weeks. We are not going anywhere. We will answer any questions. We continue to have the Citizen Information Center open. That number is 833-TPA-INFO. And many residents have called that number, reported damages, issues, but also just want more information of all the different resources that are out there. So we're going to continue to have that running through the weekend. As well as our website, tampa.gov/hurricane. We update that frequently, and we are very robust on social media. I know many people follow information, Facebook, Twitter. We provide, as resources come available on all these methods, to try to get out that information as much as possible. And with that,
Is that the entire presentation, Chief Bennett?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Councilmember Vieira.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Wait, Chief Tripp, did you have anything else to add?
No, I just wanted to say that I was saying in the presentation, and as John spoke, we do have our some members here that will be able to assist anyone that's in the chamber with some flyers to give additional information concerning disaster relief.
All right, do you have folks set out outside, or, okay, so if anybody in the chambers needs any direct assistance, we have people outside as well. Councilmember Vieira, I'll start with you, and then I'll go with Councilmember Miranda. We'll get on the line.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And Milton and Helene have obviously been a giant tragedy for our community on so many levels, and our staff. We continue to be very, very thankful for all of our staff. To say y'all are working overtime that's quite the understatement. Councilman Scalco did mention that we did a community meeting out at Forest Hills. We're supposed to have one tonight at a church, but they unfortunately lost power, so we're going to be moving it to next week. And everything, there was obviously, for those of y'all who were out there, there was a lot of emotion out there. I would be emotional too if I was not in a flood zone and I got flooded. I would be very, very emotional, and I would want answers. So I don't judge anybody, and and in fact, it was very, very much so anticipated, because I think it's something that's normal. You know, in Milton, we had a lot of communities. We had Robles Park. We also had a lot of North Tampa communities that were not in flood zones that were affected. Forest Hills, University area, Overlook, our friends at Timber Falls off 113th Street. I represent these communities, virtually all of which are non-flood zones, Zone X. These communities flooded with devastating results to the communities. We think about a group like Timber Falls off 113th Street, something that we've dealt a lot with here in Tampa City Council and the city of Tampa, flooded, gone. You know, people who are senior citizens, people on disabilities, people on fixed incomes, people working at service sector jobs, lost everything. They didn't anticipate it. They're not in a flood zone. Forest Hills, university area, home to many, many lower income, hardworking families, gone. There's a lot of anger out there. There's a lot of frustration out there. There's a lot of emotion out there. And I feel it when I talk to people. And people have reasonable questions that they're making that I'm going to be talking about, questions that I think that if I didn't ask and propose the things that I'm proposing, then I would be the worst elected official on earth for my constituents. I believe that we need to act now when it comes to having transparency, and I'll talk about what that's all about. And making sure that we're here, continue to be here, right now for people. The city has done a wonderful job in terms of being there for people at feeding sites, comfort stations, people working overtime. But I mean that city council, I believe, and I hope the county commission needs to appropriate, as I'll talk about, supplemental dollars to be there for people, for things like housing, for things like filling in the gap on any sorts of needs, food, insurance, et cetera. It wasn't just a storm of the century, it's a crisis of a century for people who couldn't afford a crisis, the people I've talked to. Yes, 2 days ago I talked to a family, Cuban-American family, 89-year-old woman, bought a house next to her 2 daughters. One worked at a flea market, another one worked sewing clothes, worked all their life just to afford the American dream, gone. A guy who's mowed lawns for 7 years in Forest Hills, Mexican-American, buys a house, gone, no flood insurance. Another woman working at Walmart as a cashier, gone, no flood insurance. Another woman has an autistic son, works in the schools, an autistic grandson lives with her, gone, no flood insurance. Those people deserve answers and questions to be posed. When I talk about, and it's been out in the media and I've talked about it, a formal inquiry, I want to be very clear on what I'm proposing and what I'm not. I'm not pointing fingers. I've had a very good relationship with staff in my 8 years as a Tampa City councilman. I continue to do so. But I believe in light of this uncompensated for loss in communities that had no flood insurance, communities that did not see this coming, and there have been questions raised, including statements in the media about backup generators, et cetera, that a formal inquiry of some sort should happen. I do that not to point fingers at the city, the county, the state, the federal government, whoever. I do that because given the loss, that is what a good and honest government does, is set it aside and let folks who are not involved in such a tragedy, right, have an objective look. That's all I want to do. I know Tampa City Council has investigatory powers. I would much rather, because things happen out to our friends in East County, I would much rather have a city and county joint effort to look at all of us because we're intertwined on so many different issues as a county. I want it to be done by experts, not politicians, by people who know. It's kind of funny because I have an uncle, Gerardo Vieira, who lives in, and may I have 2 more minutes, sir?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
All in favor?
Thank you. And I have an uncle, Gerardo Vieira, who actually served on, he's a chemical engineer on the Levy Commission after Katrina. So it's kind of funny like that. But I'll talk about more after public comment in terms of what I want from this inquiry, this investigation, whatever you want to call it. It's not to point fingers. I don't know what the answer is. All I know is that there's people who have suffered a lot, who are asking reasonable questions, not theories, conspiracy theories, all this, reasonable questions, which is, we have 15 pumping stations. 3 had backup generators. We had, according information that I have, 3 pumps in Forest Hills. 1 had a backup generator. If we had them there, would things have been better? Right? Something was said in the Tampa Bay Times that lead me to believe that that could be a possibility. This is a very historic storm, a 1 in 300 year storm. Nobody can test that. I'm not going to want an investigation on how to prevent storms, how to prevent hurricanes, but how we can improve our infrastructure here in the city of Tampa and in Hillsborough County and dealing with these issues. To take a look at our infrastructure, what went right, what went wrong, and how we can do better in the future so that people who were affected have answers. I think that the affected families too need help for these hurricanes. We should appropriate money, significant, robust money for that, and we also ought to acknowledge the devastating effect this is going to have on North Tampa, one of the few places in Tampa for workforce and affordable housing, the long-term consequences of families who have lived there for generations being priced out of their homes, priced out of their communities. We have to talk about those effects. I could talk about it forever, but I'll just be quiet. But all I'm saying is, given the devastation, given these families that have had uncompensated for losses, given the reasonable questions that have been had, there needs to be an outside investigation had on this issue. Not because I'm pointing fingers at anybody, but given the reasonable questions. It may very well happen, it could happen very easily, that we have it and it goes, nothing could have been prevented. Or had we had something out there, it would have been a very minimal difference. But let's have the process go forward so that these people who have lost everything can have the answers that they need. We owe them that at the very least. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councilman Miranda.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to echo what Mr. Rivera just spoke about. This is the new norm. We didn't have a new norm before. Nowhere has the city of Tampa ever encountered rain a week or so before a hurricane, rain in between the hurricanes, and then another hurricane. And we're lucky in a way that it didn't come 5 or 10 or 15 miles north. If not, more than likely, none of us would be here talking to each other today. What happened is a signal of what's coming. And what's coming is we must change the way we live. We must change the way we build structures. We must change why roofs collapse, why walls fall in, because the eaves pick up the roof from the hurricane wind. It's not the wind that causes the problem. It's the flooding that does a lot of the problem, in my opinion. I'm not an expert in none of this. But when I see these things coming, it sends you a message. Here's a hurricane that was heading heading west, turned around and came east. I never seen that before. In all my years of living in Tampa, maybe I've seen 2 or 3 small hurricanes in the Gulf. Now there's 6 of them so far, and major ones. If you think Tampa's bad, look at Asheville, North Carolina, the same hurricane, one of them. What's happening to us is that we must change the way, A, the way we live, A, the way we build structures, and B, understand that we cannot control the environment and keep abusing it, because this is a direct result of things we do. I'm not blaming government. Every house that anybody owns only keeps it to a maximum or a minimum of whatever they can on that standard, so that they can prevent something happening to their home. However, no one prepared for this one, because no one had one like this one before. This is a standard that now we're going to have to come up with and say, how do we build houses now? Go to the islands in the south, in the Caribbean, they don't build houses like we do. When a hurricane comes through, yeah, it takes the people that live out in the farms and all that, it wipes them out. You don't see no concrete house go out. There are no shingles in the roof. They're concrete roofs with rebar wire all through them. They don't look too good on the outside, but inside those houses are beautiful. There's no drywall in those houses. All the electrical work's done through pipes and systems that don't get wet. But we live the life that we have. It was great until just a few days ago, when nature said, I'm changing because I've been abused. I'm not blaming nature, I'm blaming us. There's more plastic in the ocean, in the Pacific Ocean, greater than the state of Texas in size, and we still use plastic bags. Every day we throw them away. And now the city has changed that. You gotta have certain things done so they pick them up in the right way. And I applaud the city for that. I'm not blaming the city. The standard that was there, and it worked to when? To just before the hurricane. 1. So now we have the situation that's created. I can't stop a hurricane from coming here. We must change, we must work together, we must have a new review on how we build things and how we make them last forever. Where there are no shingles that can fly off, where there are no eaves that can tear up the house, where there find the roof, where no walls can collapse. Now every building you see concrete to the first floor, blocks. What do you see in the second floor? Tell me. Wood. We're real smart. Now you see a roof with eaves this far out, where you think the wind can't pick this up. Once it picks that up, what happens to the walls? They collapse. What happens then? You have flooding outside and inside, from up and bottom. You got 0 chance of winning. We have a system that we can work with and change. But like everything else, in the 1800, 1900, you had a horse. Then you had a car. poor little cinder car was $500, whatever it was. Now the air conditioner costs you $4,000. We live great, we live cool, we get heat, we have everything we want, but we forgot about the environment. I'm not blaming any government, yet we're responsible for it. Let me put it that way, for not thinking ahead. And we got to stop thinking about yesterday and look forward to the future. If not, there is no future. I'm not being a preacher. I'm telling you what I've learned in my life. If we don't change, we cannot survive. I don't care what country you are, how much money you are, and the resources we're talking about, everything is money. No one's told you where the money's coming from. How can you buy all these things if you have a balanced budget already? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. As a new member of City Council, this is the first storm that I've had to, participate in, not just as a citizen, but as a public servant. And today, I just am going to focus on the positive. And that might make me a little bit emotional, but so be it. I watch the citizens of our community go through something, and it's not connected to political affiliation. It's not even connected to your wealth or the lack thereof. This storm happened to everyone. And I just want to thank the Lord because it could have been worse. I watched our staff. I went and spent some time with them. I thought I was just going to stop by for a few minutes, but I ended up staying for about 6 hours, where they leave their families and spend the night from every division, working to solve problems, some bigger than others, to put the city back together. And that was really incredible to me, to watch that. Someone that presented to us today, John, he had to make sure his family, was safe so that he could bunker down and concentrate on taking care of the citizens of Tampa. I appreciate things like that because natural disasters and natural things are happening. Back when I was a kid, in 7th grade, it snowed. We went to school and it was great. We gathered up as much snow as we could. We didn't have these kind of problems, but the climate has changed and we have problems. So infrastructure is going to have to change. One of the things that I will say regarding program planning is that once things happen, you actually find out, hey, this is a problem that we now need to address. That's program management, program planning. Can things be done better? Absolutely. Absolutely, but you don't know that until the problem actually happens. That is one of the things that has taken place. And so if it flooded over in Forest Hills, someone was complaining about, it flooded over in Robles. Well, it flooded over in Forest Hills too, And so it's not just about pumping that particular area just to get the water out. The problem may be a little bit bigger than that, and we didn't know that it was going to be a problem until it presented itself. So there are things that do need to be addressed, and I look forward to that conversation and our very highly qualified staff who work in those areas that can make those recommendations, along with maybe even professional consultants, so that we can understand how best to tackle our issues and our challenges. But it is no one's fault. It is not one single person's fault. We decided on the best way to move this city forward, and if there are other considerations that need to be in the budget for it, then so be it. We need to address it in that manner. It costs a significant amount of money to run this city. If we fix a problem, the money is going to have to come from somewhere. So if we ask for a millage increase, let's say, what are you going, and we say it's all going to go to fixing all of these problems that we have. What are you going to do about it when it's $45, $200, or $3,000 on your property taxes? Are you going to participate? Are you going to remember this day when we need to focus on the, somebody interrupted also? Did that happen? Okay.
Keep going.
Okay.
Property tax gonna
Okay.
Please, she's speaking.
It's just a statement. Take it as you will. But nevertheless, the natural storm and the natural storms that have happened in our city does not belong to an individual where it's someone's fault. Also, I also want to thank the 6,000 men and women linemen who rolled into our city, prepared to roll into our city to get us back online with our electricity. I really greatly appreciate them. Some people were luckier than others. Some people didn't lose power at all. Some people were out for 2 days. Some people are still out. Last night, as of 10 o'clock last night, there were still 17,000 people that did not have power. We have to care about them too. That means that they've been in this a little bit longer than you. There are people who lost everything that they own, and yet your lights aren't on. It's like, what am I supposed to do with that? I understand you provide empathy, and you have to be patient in situations like this. And also, the one thing that I've learned to do, especially in light of my mother passing away in January, is you have to forgive a lot of people. And in this instance, that is also citizens who've been upset and have thrown their anger toward individuals, blaming people. I forgive you for that, because I know in the heat of the moment that anything can be said and it's not necessarily meant. The bottom line is that I appreciate the staff for what they've done to help pull this city back together, and there's still work to do. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Clendenin.
Good morning, everybody, and good morning for everybody that's in the chamber and those listening, and all of city and what we've all been through. It's been a shared experience. I keep telling people the last 2.5 weeks has been the longest year I can remember. It's been tough on just about everybody. I echo Councilwoman Henderson's praise of the individuals that work for the city of Tampa. You know, I'm always, since I've been elected, I've always been impressed by how, when challenged, are the employees from the directors and department heads to all the way down to the folks that are answering phones or balancing the books, or, you know, picking up our trash, making sure that we are getting clean water in the house, making sure the dirty water is getting taken out of the house, the chief, the police. I mean, the fire department, everybody just really rises to the occasion, and more so than others in this particular episode that we've just experienced. I've seen it myself with my own eyes. I mean, you came before us and you talked about the GO team that came. I saw them on the street at like 7 o'clock in the morning, after the storm, and they were ever present, assessing damage. Our lawyers were helping volunteer in shelters. So we had lawyers out there, you know, handing out meals and volunteering. I mean, this was an all hands on deck. So congratulations to all y'all. It was really quite impressive and admirable to watch. From my perspective as a citizen, a 40-year citizen of the city of Tampa, I'm very, very proud that you all work for the city of Tampa and work for us, and what you guys accomplished in such a short period of time. You know, that being said, I also want to make sure that, because some of what I hear in some of this is that somehow this is now it's a new day. You know, it's not a new day. We knew this was coming. I mean, we all knew this was coming, and we've been doing the best we can to prepare for some of it, but we haven't been doing all we can do to prepare for it. So I think that what we need to do as this council, we share blame for the things that didn't work properly. The administration shares some blame for the things that didn't work properly. But, you know, after Helene, this council, we didn't wait until now. We actually said we're going to have a workshop about this. So we're going to have lessons learned. So there's going to be a lot of time. Hopefully, we're not going to have any more storms in the next few months. And, you know, so we're going to have some time. The worst thing that we can be is reactionary. We need to do some really digging and figure out exactly what happened. And, you know, one of the things that I think is a common element in a lot of these, in government and being representative in the government and listening to citizens, is you should be doing this and you should be doing that. A lot of us know, you know what, you're right, we should be, but the problem is we're only balancing the resources that we have. So it is attempting to find the resources. And I think that's where this council comes into play, and it's the errors and the mistakes of this council of the past, and some of the things that we need to maybe right the ship of where our budget priorities are, and in future budget cycles of where we place money, how we develop the city of Tampa, where we develop the city of Tampa, and what our priorities are. And I think that will be an interesting conversation to have as we move forward, as far as what the seven of us have control over. Because quite frankly, that's what it is. Land development, budget, that's our bailiwick, that's us. Some of this other stuff, is the gas, we can point fingers, we need to have answers to that, because you know what? I was just as frustrated with a 3-hour line. And, we need to find out why gas wasn't flowing into the city of Tampa. But you know what? The mayor doesn't control that. This council doesn't control that. That's outside of our control. But we need to find out, we need to discover, because guess what? All of our generators, they operate on gas. I mean, so even the best laid plans of having generators, if we don't have gas, those generators are just expensive pieces of metal. So that's what I'm looking forward to, having that discussion. I believe, I know we've talked about it. Councilwoman Hurtak, myself, others here supported that idea. I look forward to having that discussion in the couple months. I really don't want to be knee-jerk. I want this to be very analytical and a really specific process, so that we make sure, and this isn't going to be fixed in the next 12 months. This is going to be a long-term agenda of resiliency, of protecting our people as we develop the city of Tampa in the future.
Councilmember Hurtak.
Thank you very much. I will echo my colleagues in saying thank you to the staff for doing the jobs that they signed up for, and even more. It was very heartening, but even more so, the community. The community, everybody who lives here did not sign up for this, but everywhere, every single place I have seen, community has come together. I just received my power 10 minutes before I came to this meeting. I left my house with no power this morning. My husband called and told me we got it, which is wonderful, but just so that folks know, I mean, everybody's still going through it. I also echo Councilman Vieira's need for an independent study that does not involve us, that does not involve emotion, that does not wish things could have been different, but facts of how it can be different going forward, what we might have missed. I made the motion right after Helene that we get together and have a workshop to discuss things that we could do better, and I will amend my motion today to include a SWOT analysis for all departments about what we can do, and SWOT stands for strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. It allows us to see what we did well. It allows us to see areas for improvement, and we all have those. All of us do, and everybody does in every situation. There's no such thing as perfect, so we definitely have some areas that we can look at. But for me, right now, as was mentioned, there is time for review, but right now we're still in recovery. And the fact that, we just got power back says that there are still people who are in that recovery phase. So for me, I'm most interested in the information you shared about sharing the information number daily. I think that Saturday is probably too early to stop that. The comfort station information daily. FEMA information daily. What I'm hearing from the community is they want to know what happens when they apply for FEMA and they get denied. They know they can appeal, but how do we appeal? So if there are ways that we can create social media, videos, visuals, that is the kind of stuff that I'm looking for now to help the community. So, and it has been wonderful that there's been push for social. One of the things that was best, in my opinion, between Helene and Milton was the fact that City Council got their individual communications person. Crystal Clark was connected to us, answered questions for us, enabled me to get the square images so I could post on both Blue Sky and Instagram. That was very helpful. So that quick change was great, but continuing to push that message out daily, not stopping, making sure folks know where the comfort stations are, making sure folks know. We dropped some brush off yesterday at the 22nd Street brush site. We were only the third people there. It was 9:30 in the morning. So folks don't know about that resource yet, making sure we're getting people out to the spaces that they can help. So yes, there will be plenty of time for review. I 100% support. things that I did not support monetarily, I think we need to review and make sure. I don't think now's the time for a West River walk. I don't think now's the time for some other things. So now I want to review that. I want to review where our money is going. But in the meantime, right now, we are still in recovery. And so that is where I want our focus to be. And I'm so proud of our staff that that is where your focus is right now too. You are tunnel visioned, and let's continue that. Let's not stop Saturday. Let's continue that information line. Let's continue some FEMA information. That is what I'm hearing now. FEMA, FEMA, FEMA. How do we get recovery for folks who are without power, at the very least, recovering their refrigeratable? I mean, I know that we can, whatever we can and can't do. If there's rumor control, whatever it is, let's get that out there so that folks know. I will say, though, that the thing that I'm most proud of is our community for coming together. It didn't matter where you were. I saw it all over social media. I saw it personally. We take care of ourselves, and government comes in to help, but ultimately, we all helped each other. And I just want to say I'm very proud of our citizens for helping.
Thank you, Councilmember Carlson.
Do we automatically get 7 minutes, or do I need to ask for it? But may I make a motion to ask for the same that Councilmember Vieira got?
Second. We have motion and second. All in favor, aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Thank
Great.
you. I want to, my colleagues have said a lot of things. I want to say thank you so much to the staff. You all did give up your families. I know even senior leadership lost their homes and were communicating with us regularly, even out of where they were located. And thinking about their families, thinking about all the people in the community that lost everything. And we want you to know that we're working hard. Also, we suffer some of the same things you do. Hertag and I just got our power on, and but it's nothing like the people that have lost their houses and lost everything they had. And so we grieve for you all, and we're working with you to do that. I want to in particular thank the Chief of Staff. I've complained in the past about hurricanes where we were not communicated with effectively. Chief of Staff talked to me by text or phone almost hourly for the last 2 weeks. The communication person that was assigned to us was from a communication that he and I had, and I appreciate all the things he did. There were the results. What would happen is constituents would ask for something, I would tell him, and within an hour, a lot of times there was a response, and so that was fantastic. And thanks to all the people that backed him up. You all may know I cover South Tampa. My district is mostly evacuation A. People had to leave, and it had the most damage, most of the areas that were damaged. And I think we've had 2 hurricanes. We need to focus on solutions, and we will be in the workshops, but we need to focus on solutions now. And I'll just hit some high points of some of them. It's obvious that we had a plan to deal with hurricanes, but not with ones with devastating impact. What we need is a recovery plan. We need a recovery plan, and that's communication and action that kicks in immediately when a hurricane is done. 2 weeks later, there's still too many people suffering from, more than 2 weeks later, still people suffering from Helene, and we needed to be able to respond more quickly. And so I'm going to ask for us to create a robust recovery plan so that we can work for that. Yes, it might have been the worst storm in 100 years, but it may come again next year, and we need to be prepared for it. Back in 2016, a very controversial tax passed that people call the Buckhorn tax. It was a stormwater tax, and it was based on a stormwater plan, and obviously that stormwater plan failed. Most of the stormwater plan was in South Tampa. The stormwater plan completely failed. There are areas in the city that had flash floods for the first time ever. And yes, some conditions changed, like Armenia Avenue was just resurfaced, and that might have changed the conditions. But that plan did not work. It was a complete failure. We need to redo the stormwater plan. We need an absolute new stormwater plan that looks at that. We need a new stormwater plan that looks at the hydrology of the city. Why is it that people at 21 feet had 18 inches of flooding? We need to use things like LIDAR. And by the way, the money is already there. The tax was passed. We're just not spending it correctly. Also, why is it that some of the pumps failed? It wasn't because of the generators. It was because the pipes that push the water out into the bay or wherever were inundated with water. The water was 2 or 3 feet above it. That system doesn't work. It was built on an old idea. It needs to be changed. We need generators, but how can you pump? The generator can't pump water if the pipe is underwater. The mayor hired a first sustainability officer 4 years ago at the request of John Dingfelder and others who were on this board, and we asked for all kinds of solutions like this, and we thought these things were going to move forward. But for 2 or 3 years, the administration had the sustainability officer who's very well qualified and respected. He mostly worked on toilet to tap. It's a complete waste of time. We should have been working on issues that would have resolved this. The debris cleanup, the team that's been working on it has been working really hard. But the thing I've been telling the chief of staff, we need transparency into when people's debris is going to be picked up. People are saying, this has been out here for 2 weeks, 3 weeks. When are you going to clean it up? We need communication on that. The other thing is that the reason why we didn't have trucks is because we didn't want to pay enough. We should have had trucks from Georgia, Alabama, wherever. We should have paid whatever it takes because FEMA's reimbursing us. So I said to the administration, whose fault is it? FEMA for not reimbursing us or the city for not hiring the people to do it? We need to move quickly. Why is it that people had to wait 3 or 4 hours for sandbags on Sunday before Milton? The truth is that we didn't have enough sand. Several years ago, Goods and I pushed for sandbagging machines so retirees wouldn't have to sit and shovel sand in the heat. And guess what? All day Sunday before Milton, that's what we made them do while they were terrified about the hurricane hitting. And we didn't turn on the sandbag machines till 5 o'clock. What we should have done is told the public, we don't have enough sand. We're going to turn them on tomorrow. We're going to use sandbag machines so the lines will be 30 minutes instead of 4 hours. And we should have set up more centers. We ran out of tarps, food, and water. Is that the city's fault? FEMA's fault? Who did that? Why did we run out? Communication was a complete failure on this system. And I can show you objectively because I printed out all the Facebook, all the Twitter, everything. People had no idea that this kind of surge was going to come in. And I can go back objectively and show you that the communication did not adequately warn people. We were using the same messages that we had always, sure it said wind and surge, but nobody said you're going to have 8 feet of water in your house. And it was a complete mistake. Also, communication did not pivot to recovery until 2 days later. They were still running the same communication plan that they run in hurricanes that don't have an impact. I talked to some of the department heads, and they said, we are posting information to the public. And I said, where are you posting it? They said, we're posting on our individual Facebook pages. Nobody in communication was aggregating it on the city's Facebook or Twitter page. So how was anybody supposed to know about that if a basic thing of communication is to aggregate and nobody was doing it? The other thing is about collaboration and coordination. Most of us are on the media list of the city, so we get the press releases. But do you know in PR 101, the first thing you do before you send out a press release is you call the elected officials, not even within the same government, but outside, and you say, hey, we're going to have a press conference. We find out about press conferences but because we happen to be on the media list, not because somebody invited us. And my district was the hardest hit. The other thing is FEMA. We have people crying in tears because FEMA will not help them. The website doesn't work. FEMA's answer is if you get rejected the first time, apply again. So people with no power, no house are applying online. It doesn't work. They apply a second time because that's what FEMA says to do. Then they wait for 4 hours on the phone and they find out they made a little minor mistake. Or there's huge lines now for the station that was just set up. FEMA is a complete failure. And what FEMA has done, the director, Deanne Criswell, who came here and met with one city council mayor and a federal lobbyist, not with city council or the other elected officials here, didn't come on the ground in Tampa. What she's doing is she's turned it into a partisan war, and she's convincing people to attack by leading a MAGA war against Trump. She's leading an attack to fight poor people who have lost their houses because they're not satisfied with the call center and the website. It's terrible. FEMA needs to step up. Also, if we're getting money from FEMA, who's signing the contracts? Is the mayor going to have us approve it? What are the requirements of that? Lastly, part of this problem is about the edifice complex Tampa has. We can't focus on buildings. We need to focus on people and protecting people. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you to all the city staff and all the departments working together around the clock. I appreciate it. This is a massive undertaking. Thank you, Chief of Staff. Thank you, everyone. I don't know how you do it, but you're never ready for something like this. 2 days before the night before the hurricane, I heard Katrina-like situation. And I thought to myself, it's over, it's done. How do you beat that? I remember Katrina almost 20 years ago. And what happened in New Orleans. And if we were going to get a direct hit, we wouldn't be here. I don't even know. So everything has already been said. I look forward to this storm workshop. We need to become more resilient. At the end of the day, you can't beat Mother Nature. I don't care where you live. You get a Category 5 hurricane, it's done. I've seen the simulations. I've seen what it's done in other areas. You can't beat it. It doesn't matter. But at the very least, we can protect ourselves, with investments in infrastructure, in storm water, in public safety, because you're out there, Tampa Fire rescuing people, Tampa Police rescuing people. You know, I mean, the videos are there. I mean, rescuing people from their houses, people on canoes and boats. You know, it's been a huge undertaking and a huge community effort. I'm going to stop there and I'm going to go to public comment, unless Ms. Zellman wants to say something.
I do want to address one point that Councilman Carlson broke up. It's not accurate that the city wasn't engaging in contracts to get additional debris removal contractors. We had those in place for Helene. If you recall, Helene went all the way up to North Carolina, and every community that was impacted by Helene, they're then engaged this bidding war where we had contractors that literally were stolen from us. People were overpaying them and they were not showing up here, and they were going to other communities, other states, whatever. Deanna Faggart and our office worked to try to get other contractors. This has been an ongoing thing. We only recently finally got more because basically everyone in the state is now paying way over what we had originally contracted with these contractors for, and we're just hoping that FEMA will reimburse us, because even the state is paying way more than they were paying. We were hearing stories about literally people in motel rooms that were contractors, people knocking at their door and offering them more money to go elsewhere. So that was what the city was having to deal with, as well as every other local government between here and North Carolina. It was just a crazy bidding war. So it was no failure on our part. We were working to get those additional debris removal contractors and have now secured them, but it wasn't easy. And so I just wanted to clarify that. And if I may, I have no affiliation with FEMA, but as a fellow government employee, I would ask, please refrain from criticizing government workers. Again, FEMA's from here to North Carolina, they've got people working, they have people whose lives are being threatened because of what they're trying to do, and it doesn't help for us to say derogatory things about them in this moment. I mean, we can examine it later. I'm sure they're looking at what they could do differently, but it really, as a fellow government worker, I'm just saying, please refrain from saying those kinds of things publicly, because people's lives are literally being threatened. And, you know, I understand the frustrations of the people that want relief from FEMA. There's FEMA disaster relief, there's FEMA flood insurance. I know they're all working, but it doesn't help to be saying inflammatory things about them. So anyway, I just wanted to address those 2 points.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Yes.
Ms. Zellman, you know I have the utmost respect for you, but you're the city attorney, and I think that we should stick to legal issues. I know you have an opinion, and my opinion is different. I don't think I said that that the city wasn't trying to get contracts, but it's clear that we did it. We didn't fight it.
You said that we failed, and what
we
I'm trying to tell you is
we failed to get
weren't
any.
working.
We failed to get any because the trash is still out there. We should have paid, and especially if FEMA, please, I'm not asking for legal advice, so I'm just responding to you. And no disrespect in that. I know you are very involved and very educated. I'm just saying the issue is that we failed to get them, and we're a big city. We pay, I think, one of the most in the state for our police officers. We are known for paying well. We should have been able to get these trucks. It was a hazard to the people who were dealing with it. It's still a hazard to the people who are dealing with it, and we should have had a better mechanism for finding the trucks. It was unacceptable. The other thing is that the city knew on Friday before Milton that we were not going to be able to pick up the debris, and I begged the chief of staff to have communication tell people that so that people could find their own contractors, and the city didn't tell anybody until 4:30 on Wednesday. That's despicable. What they did say is you should put a tarp on it. It's passive aggressive. What they should have said is we might not get to you, so you really should find a private contractor, and really they should reimburse them as well. As to FEMA, the issue is that this partisan war, and I'm a Democrat, by the way, the partisan war is being led by FEMA, where they're fighting poor people who have lost their houses. So go online and look. When poor people have to apply twice to FEMA and they can't get money because they're being rejected because the website doesn't work, the call center lines are long, the centers here have long lines, that people are upset and they get slammed for being MAGA radicals. You don't even know what their what their party affiliation is. It's despicable that FEMA is engaged in that kind of dirty politics. What they should instead do is, like I asked them to do, is fix their website and apologize to people for what they're doing. FEMA, again, my district had the hardest hit. FEMA didn't contact me until Tuesday, 2 weeks after Helene and a week after Milton. And they flew in. I said, I'm happy to collaborate. And then 3 hours after I met them, they opened up their first office. Guess what? They didn't even tell me about it that morning. The city didn't tell me about it. I found out because I saw it on the city's Twitter account. There needs to be better coordination. We're on the ground. We're dealing, like I told the chief of staff the other day, I was talking to him, I said, I'm driving into a neighborhood right now where 20 people are going to yell at me for at least a half hour. And I understand why, because their houses were flooded. They've got all their life's goods on their site. But I need the city to work with me because I have no control over how to clean this up and fix these problems. We have to work together. We are all on the front line. We are meeting with people every day, listening to people, trying to help them. We need the administration to collaborate with us. We need FEMA to collaborate with us. And so far, they're not. The administration is collaborating, but we need it on a higher degree. FEMA is not at all collaborating. Thank
Thank you
If I
very
could
much.
just
No. Let's
okay.
just close out this. Anything else? I'd like to go to public comment. Sir? Councilman Vieira?
I mean,
Me too.
45 seconds. I'm just going to say this. I've had the conversations you just saw right now, I've had them behind the scenes with the administration over the last few days, much worse. I'm focused on, I'm very angry right now. I am. But I'm focused on solutions. I'm focused on solutions and moving forward, finding out what went wrong in the past, right? If anything, finding that out. And I'm committed. I told somebody a few days ago, they tried to talk me out of an idea. I said, I am right now a very hot Cuban café con leche, and all you did was put a tiny third of a piece of ice in it right now. It is still very hot, right? But there's a time and a place for everything. We have a lot of people who have lost everything, and I want to commit to them results. This is not, I could go forever. Let's just move forward.
Thank you very much. Michael Randolph is the only registered public comment, then we're going to go to the people in the room. Mr. Randolph, if you're on, please state your name. Go ahead.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So God be to the glory. Normally when I'm on here, I update about programs and projects. But today I want to talk about the people and to let the nation know how people in Tampa stood up with 2 storms, with lights out, damage and destruction all over. Ordinary people did extraordinary things to help each other. People that had beef came together for one purpose, to help each other. My prayers goes out to those that have lost everything, and in some cases, lost their life. I want to say that I'm proud of the city council members who were on the ground helping people or posting where residents can get help from. I want to give a special shout out to Councilman Carson, because there was a myth going around that the water in Tampa was going to be cut off. He straightened out that myth, and I was able to share that with my large following on social media. Thank you for that. I also want to give proud to the mayor who did her part on the ground, and I'm definitely keep one thing in mind when you say, leave or die. I also want to include Representative Hart, Commissioner Myers, and Congressional Leader Castro for what she did. I would be remiss if I didn't mention Tampa Housing Authority that went door to door in Rosewood Park to make sure people got their necessary items. Shout out to Leroy Moore. The recovery ahead is going to be painful, with an increase in homelessness, reduction in affordable housing, and mental breakdown. But we are Tampa strong, and we can make it through anything. This is and will be a lesson learned. And it related to FEMA, they rejected me, and I'm poor, and I'm still waiting for them to correct that particular problem. But to the world as a whole, Tampa stands strong. And thank you, everybody in Tampa, for doing their part.
Thank you very much. Our first speaker in the room is Sean Wilson, Connie Burton, and Elizabeth Arcadis is what I see. Yes, sir. Good morning. Please state your name.
Good morning. Sean Wilson, president of Blue Sky Communities with offices at 180 Fountain Parkway North in St. Petersburg. Good morning, members of City Council. I'm here with a little bit of good news, I think. Our Adderley Affordable Housing Community on North Nebraska, just north of Bush, is open, and we've got about 40 residents in and moving a few people in every day on our way to a full occupancy, which will be 128 hardworking families. And we actually had a ribbon cutting ceremony and celebration scheduled that had to get postponed, but we had it rescheduled, and I hope everybody's received invitations. If not, we'll make sure that y'all are aware, and we do have some members of this board that are already confirmed, but we'll make sure that we let you know when that is, and hopefully you'll be able to be there. The Adderley Phase 2 is right next door. That's a development that is on the agenda today. That's item number 39. I want to thank staff for the recommendation for a loan. That is a loan that will eventually get repaid. And I want to thank staff also and recognize that staff is utilizing a financing mechanism that is not general revenue. It's not just taking state money. It's not just taking federal money. And it's a financing mechanism involving bonds that is tried and true. Other cities and counties have used it very successfully in the state of Florida. And I will be here to answer any questions. Again, that's item 39, and I hope you'll approve it. Adderley Phase 2 is going to be 100 units, and that's going to be for seniors. And of course, all of the units that Blue Sky produces are for either 30% AMI, 60% AMI, or 80% AMI. So we're serving the low-income people in the city of Tampa, and I thank everybody for their support.
Thank you very much. Connie Burton, Elizabeth. Yes, ma'am. Good morning.
Good morning, peace and blessings. I think it's important, as you laid out, that we start talking about the preparation for 2025. Because just as sure as we all stand living, hurricane season will come back again. The lessons that has not been learned is the constant way in which the developments are approved for housing that Councilman Charlie Miranda just laid out is notwithstanding any of these hurricanes. We talked about things that should have been learned almost 6 years ago when Councilman Reddick was there. We talked about container homes. If you go right over there on Plymouth and Tampa Street, you will see a beautiful containment home there standing. If you go through Robles Park Village, where I resided during Hurricane Milton, although the development has been sold, the property is still standing. Those type of lessons you have not learned because of developers that wants to always project the shiny objects to the city is the first thing you jump on. In terms of the apprentice programs, if there's multiple issues going on throughout the state and you cannot get vendors to come in, you have a wealth of untrained young people that should be moved toward apprentice programs. I mean, how much training do you need to have to pick up trash? You know? So all of this ignoring what you have is going to be costly to you as these Mother Nature continue to teach us lessons. Items on your agenda for 13 to 25, we should be thinking about new solutions in terms of new housing developments that we have talked about past. And I am too is so angry that areas where you have low-income people that do not have the resources, that have lost everything, is now being asked to jump through hoops, to call various departments that people is not answering calls. No, this city needs to have a door-to-door campaign where you knock and see how this city can help people make the connections to the needed programs that they have. Because elections will be costly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am. Please state your name.
My legal name is Elizabeth Dinwiddie, but my married name is Liz Arcadu. So I, in my neighborhood, go by Liz Arcadu, but my ID would say Elizabeth Dinwiddie. I'm just going to take a moment to breathe. Our city has been hit by 2 hurricanes. We are not alone. I'm speaking for my community. My community is south of Azeel, north of Swan, east of McDill, and west of Armenia. We are in flood zone X. We were all flooded. Not all. There is a retention pond. The structures around that retention pond are fine. There is a parking lot with some type of water drainage system. I'm not an engineer and I will not even try to be today. Also, if I speak beyond my 3 minutes, I request that you listen to me because I heard you speak 5 minutes, 7 minutes, and we are equals here. There is a parking lot with an underwater drainage system of some kind. Why did the water where we are not get there? I want pipes, and I want them now. And I want you to be reactionary. I want reactionary. I do not want a long time to figure out the problem. You've had a long time to figure out the problem. I want reactionary. I want trucks. I want to see trucks in my neighborhood every day that say Stormwater Department. I want them every day, Monday through Friday, business hours, in my neighborhood. And if you don't have enough trucks, and if you don't have enough people, you hire more. And you know how you hire more? With my tax dollars that I pay every year. I will be continuing, and I think I have the support of my community. I am happy to be your friend. I am not looking for enemies. I would like to be your liaison. I would like to communicate with my community with communication from you, if you would like that. I would like to thank Bill Carlson. I will still be speaking. You can turn that thing off. This is like the Academy Awards or something, I don't know. So I would like to thank Bill Carlson for coming to my neighborhood at my request and walking with me and seeing the destruction. I would like to concur with most of his comments. I would like the city to be reactionary. I will tell you what I want, and then I will just briefly comment further. I want trucks. I want you to hire people with the tax dollars I've already paid. I don't want to pay more taxes. I'm in flood zone X. I should not have flooded. Do you understand? I want the tax dollars that I have already paid to hire more people who will be in those trucks in my neighborhood and the other neighborhoods of flood zone X. Listen, I know there's a lot of devastation everywhere. I'm zooming in on my issue right now, but I'm aware of the bigger issues. I'm only speaking on my issue, but I'm aware that I am not alone. I bought a home in flood zone X. 1 year ago, I sold my home in flood zone A so that I would not flood. I lived in Hyde Park in a beautiful bungalow. I sold my family home. And I got flooded. I bought new construction in flood zone X. And I blame city council and I blame the city. And I'm tired of hearing what I've heard today. We're not at fault. There's no fault. I'm not pointing fingers. You overdeveloped the neighborhood, and you did not put in infrastructure. You did not put in the pipes to support the development. It's simple. I don't want to hear the floodwaters. It's complicated. The water came from the sky. And it had nowhere to go but my living room. And that is because you did not put the pipes first. Are we clear? You don't get your cake and eat it too. You have to earn the taxpayer's dollar. You have to earn my property taxes. You replaced a Section 8 housing with a multi-million-dollar townhouse project. You are collecting property taxes on those buildings, but you did not do your job first of putting the pipes in the ground for the runoff. There is runoff, and it should have already had in place a piping system that would receive the runoff. The piping system isn't in the ground, so you don't get the townhouses and you don't get the property taxes. Are we clear? You don't get the property taxes, and you don't get more. Who said more? You're not getting any more property taxes. I'm paying a lot of property taxes, and you did not do your job of putting the infrastructure in. So what do I want? I want trucks that say stormwater department every day. You don't have enough trucks, you hire more. With my tax dollars I've already paid. I want people who know what they're doing, because I don't know how to fix the problem. I want people who know what they're doing to fix the stormwater problem in my neighborhood and other flood zone X neighborhoods. You can't control Mother Nature. You can control this. Are we clear?
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Kevin. I see Lavons, Tig, Scott. Huh? Yes, Kevin is the first speaker, and then you're the second.
We're representing each other. We're husband and wife, but
Wait, please state your name, sir.
Kevin Lavonis.
And your name?
I'm Angelina Ocello.
Okay, so you're as one speaker,
Yeah, sure.
okay.
We tried to put the names together. Okay. My name is Angelina Ocello. I reside at 402 South Arawana Avenue. Liz just described the situation at large. We moved in 2020, and we have 2 young elementary kids. We are now displaced. We took pride in our home. It's a new construction home. We are in flood zone X. Nobody on our street has flood insurance. So all of the, we have hired our private contractors. All the out-of-pocket expenses are going to exceed $40,000, probably more. Plus, my parents had evacuated from their Zone B mandatory evacuations to stay at our house, and they witnessed the storm in real time. There was a viral TikTok video going on from my home that shows what my dad described as a cruise ship, looking outside and seeing the water flow through, 4 feet of water, maybe 6 feet at some point, like an ocean passing. So unfortunately, the system is to blame. We have seen storm flooding previously, and nothing has been done. It seems like there is an overload in the storm drain systems, and I guess I'll give Kevin some time to speak too, because I know we're limited.
I feel the emotion because it means something to everybody in this room, so all of you as well. I appreciate all of us getting together. Councilman Vera, you made some really good statements. Thank you for that. And I'm here to ask some reasonable questions. Liz proposed the solution there. I'd like to echo Miranda. I'm not here to blame the government, but I'm here to help solve some issues. And the way you touch your constituents, you have to do it one neighborhood at a time. So I'm in flood zone X, same as Liz, okay? There's a lot of negatives, but on the positive side, I'd like to mention something like that. My 10-year-old son was laying tile yesterday with the tile guy. So I said, look, you're gonna have a hard day's worth of work. Let's put some work in. Not the whole day, but a couple hours, right? So he at least took that perspective away. If you don't stand for something, you stand for nothing. So I'm here to stand for the Azil Horatio neighborhood, the exact neighborhood that Liz pointed out. okay? And I'd like to echo what Councilman Carlson said. We got to redo the stormwater plan. Super important.
Failed.
It failed. I think we're all here for the same reason. So some of these questions, whatever statements on record, have we concluded why this happened in flood zone X? Okay? Flood zones were defined for a reason. Is there data supporting an adequate infrastructure or lack thereof? I believe this sounds like a high priority. I want to have meaningful follow-up. I don't want to make a statement and walk out the door. That's not what I do. Okay? I'm also an employer. I understand balancing the resources. We have enough resources to solve the issue. This is a complicated problem. If I could make a request, at least starting with an investigation into the stormwater plan into the Palmacia, Arawana, Horatio neighborhood. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. The next speaker I have, the first name is spelled T-I-G-E. Seal Scott is what I see as the last name. All right, I don't see that person here. Carol Ann Bennett and Miss Pointer.
Caught me a little by surprise. Hi, my name is Carolyn Bennett. I'm going to speak on one aspect of what happened. My neighborhood got hit pretty hard. We had a lot of trees down. My neighbors, plenty of them, lost power for 8 days. I've got pictures here that show my neighborhood. You can see that the massive trees that went down and why they were without power. But I want to try to talk about the other things that we should be looking at. I want you to look at the trees that didn't go down. We had, on this block, there were 2 trees that went down, and they lost power for 8 days. There were 15 oak trees that did not go down. And so I want to say to people, when they see an oak tree that went down, stand there and look around at all the oak trees that didn't. This is from the University of Florida. And it says, in light of recent hurricanes, one of the best things you can do is plant trees that can withstand hurricane force winds. Research conducted by UF shows that sand live oaks are the most resistant to wind damage. Other good choices are southern magnolia, live oak. Poor choices are water oaks and laurel oaks. See here? Sand like live oaks, I don't know how to zoom out. Trees that can withstand hurricanes. I've been on social media all day long for I don't even know how long. The trees that I saw talk about that caused damage to people's homes were, in addition to oak trees, were magnolias, cypress, pines, avocado, mangoes. My podocarpus landed on my neighbor's roof. So I didn't bring a video of my street. My street was a river. I was lucky. I'm on piers, the way FEMA says is the gold standard, so water can flow underneath my house. I'm on piers. I didn't have water on my street. But what you didn't see in that video was the water that didn't go down my street because of the giant oak tree next door. I mean, this oak tree is massive. The amount of water that oak tree prevented from going down my street is what you don't see. This is from, in Santa Monica, this is the rainfall interception. This was done by the Santa Monica, this is about the municipal urban forest. A 22-inch tree, 22 inches, that's not even close to being a grand tree in Tampa, almost 80% interception. Trees are part of the solution. The meteorologist said we had more hurricanes in the last 8 years than we had in the 57 major hurricanes than 57 years prior. This is the new reality. Trees are part of the solution. I understand they're not perfect. I understand people lost power because of them. But we need to understand, remember that they are one of the pieces of the puzzle for mitigating climate change. And they are something we cannot suddenly condemn because of the things we saw and the things we didn't see.
Thank you very much. Stephanie Pointer is the next speaker. I'm waiting for her to run here. Megan Putzig is the next speaker. Is she here? Okay, you'll be after Ms. Pointer.
I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am. Please state your name.
Good morning, Stephanie Pointer. I want to thank all of the staff. I have talked to probably everybody in every department. I am sending text messages. I pulled Brad Baird from a press conference. I thought that was funny. Anyway, I think Charlie said we have to change the way we live and the way we build. We need to start by moving the stormwater consideration to the land use process. That should start tomorrow. That should not wait. Because right now, when they come to you with a land use change, we take no consideration for stormwater, especially in the CHHA. I just learned yesterday the stormwater expert for the city of Tampa's name. I think it's Dave Jennings. I wrote it down on my hand, but then I took a shower. So I've never heard that guy's names before. I've never seen him here before. And he's the guy who does the construction part of it. So I'd like to see some of him. Let's see. Looking for FEMA's best practices in upgrading the code. I want us to look at the code. There are things in the code, and this is part of that CHHA study that they did for Palmetto Beach and SOG. Oh, wait, those are the two areas of the city that took some of the hardest hits, okay? And we've got this, it's done. But we lost half of our land use department in the last 6 months, and so we can't get it to you. So we need to take those best practices that are part of that $500,000 study, and we need to put them to work immediately. And where are we going to get the money to do this? Not out of my tax pocketbook. We need to leave that $26 million that it was a great idea for that Riverwalk for, and reel it back in and spend it on a need, not a want. That is like going out and buying a new car when your roof has got a hole in it. We got a roof with a hole in it, and somebody a couple weeks ago thought it was a great idea to buy a new car. Take it back. I'm going to tell y'all, just like I tell my kids, take it back. Because I am not buying you your needs if you wasted your money on your wants. You cannot do that. So take it back. And you know what? It's not completely done yet because you as a CRA board have not approved the money from the West Tampa CAC or the CRA. So it's not funded yet. So you can take it back, and there's not going to be any violations because if the city entered into a contract on it, they have a big problem because you didn't approve it. I want to remind everybody the Gadsden Park is a brush site, and you can deliver it. But this Riverwalk, I almost forgot. I almost forgot. Let's put the cap on the downtown CRA and bring that money back into the fold of the general fund so we can use it for these improvements. This is extremely important. This is beyond important. This has reached out to every single solitary corner of our city. We cannot continue to consolidate into separate areas and treat one area different than the other.
Thank you
we
very
have to be
much.
citywide.
Megan is the next speaker, followed by Brian Quinn and Paula Meckley. Yes, ma'am. Please state your name.
Hi, Megan Putzig. I stand before you today on behalf of the residents of Audubon and Arowana Townhomes, devastated by the catastrophic impact of Hurricane Milton. Our lives have been turned upside down. We have lost everything on our first floors: personal items, doors, drywall, flooding, appliances, and hot water systems due to over 2 feet of water entering our homes. Our elderly neighbors are now sleeping in homes saturated with bleach, battling mold, and feeling abandoned as they have nowhere else to seek refuge, along with many others in our community. The estimated damages for each family reaches upwards of $50,000, but the true cost is far greater. It's the emotional toll, the uncertainty, and the profound sense of neglect from the city of Tampa. For years, we have brought about our concerns about drainage and flooding to your attention, yet nothing has been done. It was stated by a council member this morning they didn't know it was going to be a problem until it presented itself. That is a complete and utter insult to our community. You were aware of the problem, and you have yet to move forward with a solution. Despite our pleas, the city continues to allow new developments, raising the elevation of homes and directing more water toward our already vulnerable properties. This ongoing neglect is not just an oversight, it's a crisis that threatens the very fabric of our community. We are asking you to stop pushing this issue aside. We demand immediate action, a design and public input project to address these critical drainage and flooding concerns. The devastation we are experiencing is immense, and we can no longer bear the burden of inaction. Please do not let our struggles be forgotten. We deserve a solution, and we need your leadership now more than ever. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Brian Quinn and Paula Meckley. Brian Quinn. Yes, sir. Please state your name.
Brian Quinn. I want to first thank the city, thank the police, thank the first responders, thank all of you. Realize that we're all under incredible pressure here. I live at 2701 West Horatio Street in Tampa, Florida, 33609. Councilman is there. Just want to start with a question. On the council, who's aware of the flood problem in that neighborhood that's been described? 33609?
No, it's north of Parkland.
It's in the neighborhood that two or three of our
Yeah.
folks. Who's aware of that neighborhood having been under pressure? Bill? Oh, all of you. I'm sorry?
We get your emails.
I haven't sent a single email
You
yet.
didn't send emails?
No?
Go ahead, sir.
What neighborhood is it, the name of it?
33609 Palmacia, Hyde Park. Yep, Swan. Okay,
Go
thank
ahead,
you.
sir.
The only reason why I ask is that I work big problems all the time, as do you, and this problem's existed for 20 years. For 20 years. I want to be empathetic. Why is he clapping? For the same reason that they were clapping when we were talking about the things about your constituents.
No, I'm not saying anything, sir. You go ahead and
Okay.
continue to talk.
If you know you have a problem for 20 years, this was a superstorm. Nobody wanted it to come. 100 years, 350, 500, 1,000, call it whatever you want. When you have a problem for 20 years, it's unconscionable not to fix it. Similar to the woman that already spoke, Liz, I bought a home in X on purpose. I moved from an A and a B and a C to an X on purpose because I knew what was changing in the climate and that we live in a peninsula state. So I had a lender that counted on and a title insurance company that counted on the evacuation zones and the flood paperwork to guide me about what was the best way to protect my family and my things. And I did that. And I've had flood insurance before. I was guided not to have flood insurance because I was in X. And I didn't evacuate because I wasn't in an evacuation zone. But what doesn't seem to make sense to me is the 20-year piece. That's the long-term problem. How could that have existed for 20 years and it never be addressed? And then you have a medium-term problem. On September 4th, I won't show you the video I was going to, but I didn't realize my son was cursing on it, so we're not going to show it. But on September 4th, he's home alone. I don't know if everybody is aware of what happened on September 4th, but we had a rain event, and that whole area flooded. So 6 weeks ago, we knew we had a huge problem there. Whatever was put in there just wasn't working. That was a normal, just rainstorm. There's been construction on Swan, been construction on Armenia, a couple of the roads. I assumed it was something with the drains because they were paving the roads. But 20 years you knew about it. On the 4th, we had a problem. On the 28th, we had a problem. And then on the 11th, you have, a catastrophe. So I just don't understand how, when you're trying to follow the rules and you pay your taxes and you get your insurance and you try and move to a place that's safer, and then you still sort of get screwed up here. It just seems like in this case, we were let down, and wherever you think you can help us, we appreciate it.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thanks.
Paula Meckley is the next speaker, followed by Yvonne Farelli and Tina Adams. Good morning. Please say your name.
My name is Paula Meckley, and I feel very sorry for my neighbors. These are people that live all around my neighborhood, and I think Vera said it, and I know Mr. Miranda said it, and several of you board members have said that we've got to look at our infrastructure, and we've got to stop adding density where we're not looking at the infrastructure before we do this. It is imperative that we look at the infrastructure before we keep adding density. I do want to thank the people who were answering the phones for the city. We had some major issues in our neighborhood, and they were very helpful on the phone. And the crews that came out, I had one from Jacksonville in my front yard yesterday. They were amazing, and they are here for the long haul, and thank you for getting them here. But my main reason for being here today is to speak to item 47 on the agenda, and that we hope you push this new construction that's being, again, in a high hazard area, which we know we should not be adding density to high hazard areas, that you push that hearing to January to give our community time to recover from these disasters. So item 47, if you would consider moving that to January, we would appreciate it very much.
Thank you very much. Yvonne Farrelly, Tina Adams, David Adams. Yes, ma'am, good morning.
Good morning. I have a handout.
Yes. And you can put it on the overhead if you have another copy there, if you want to show it. If you don't, it's okay.
I don't know how to do that, sorry. Yvonne Farrelly, I live in Parkland Estates. I want to thank you for your public service, especially during these very trying times. I've been asked to speak and give a statement from the Parkland Estates Civic Club. Dear Tampa City Council members, the Parkland Estates Civic Club Board would like to reiterate our position on the South Howard Flood Relief Project. We strongly endorse a reasonable flood relief solution to the terrible flooding that is occurring in Parkland Estates. Many of our neighbors experienced devastating flooding damage with Hurricane Milton and are justifiably demanding a solution. We support a design and public input project rather than the current proposed South Howard Flood Mitigation Project, which does not include public input. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Tina Adams, David Adams, Ryan Hayes. Good morning, ma'am. Please state your name.
Good morning. My name is Tina Adams. I live in Parkland Estates, and for the record, I am not associated with the Parkland Estates Civic Association. My home flooded. 4 feet of drywall have been removed. They're in the process of ripping up the floors. We've lived in this home for 25 years, raised 3 children in this home. Lovingly restored it. It's one of the older homes. It's on piers. We did everything to protect it, storm shutters, sandbags, everything. But we couldn't protect it from the city's failure for the stormwater. And that's what it was. We had sewage and stormwater that flooded. It wasn't the hurricane that got us. It was the stormwater system and the sewage. We are 17 feet above sea level. We are in flood zone X. We are in evacuation zone C. We should not flood. This is not an isolated incident. We have had over 10 flood events since June. None this severe, but lots of damage. Sorry. The cause of the flooding is a storm system that has not been updated. You have collected taxes. I'm tired of studies. I'm tired of all of it. We need an emergency system to look at the flooding. My area was not the only one. Obviously, around us, Audubon, all those areas, Forest Hills, we have a problem with how we're handling our stormwater. It needs to be fixed. I'm begging you to make an emergency provision. Do something effective to help us feel safe in our homes again. No one should feel anxious and afraid every time it rains. No one. And please give the engineers every tool they have to solve this problem. Do not make exclusions. Do not have special treatment for people or places. Please give them every source, every tool to find a solution, an effective solution to make our homes safe again. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have David Adams, Ryan Hayes, and Garrett Kolzicki. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Good morning, David Adams. I live with Tina. I've also met with Liz. They're also in my neighborhood. Please excuse my appearance. Before I came here today, I was prying off water-soaked laminate from my kitchen floor. And it wasn't just water, as Tina said. It was sewer, because the sewage system failed. Virtually the entire first floor of my house has been destroyed. Chairs, couches, tables, televisions, carpets, you name it. My entire kitchen's been ripped out. Cabinets, countertops, stove, refrigerator, dishwater, floor. The original plaster and the drywall, as Tina said, has been removed from the studs. The house is a disaster. We can't live in it. It stinks of mold and mildew. And the estimate to repair it is almost $200,000. And it's not just me. In round numbers, 30 people have flooded in Parkland Estates. And many don't have flood insurance. And for good reason, as you've heard here today. We're all in flood zone X. According to FEMA, the flood zone X has a probability of 0.2 or 1 in 500 chances of flooding. But the city's changed the odds. For 9 years, the Tampa's known that this is an area of high urban flooding. Reports in Parkland Estates were generated in 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, and the latest one is April of 2022. All of the reports are unanimous. We need a stormwater system. Yet nothing's been done. Now we have 30 homes with $200,000 of damage, which totals up to about $6 million, not including all the people that you've heard today. For the life of me, I cannot understand how this city council would impose such misery on their citizens. Worse yet, even if we repair our homes, who's to say they're not going to flood next year? As Albert Einstein once said, insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. One of my neighbors isn't going to go insane. They're applying for a demolition permit. They're tearing down their home. Their mortgage won't go away. Now, we can't change the elevations of our homes, and the stormwater department knows that. You know, so they've passed this South Howard Flood Relief District project. And the report was dated of April of 2022. It's October 2024. It's been 2.5 years, and nothing has been done. The city has done this to us by repeatedly failing to fund this project. Now, we can't change history. The damage is done, but you can make sure it doesn't happen again. As Tina said, you should authorize an emergency procurement to commence the South Howard Flood Relief Project. Please complete this project so we don't flood again. This is your responsibility. This is your duty. Please do the right thing.
Thank you very much, sir. Next is Ryan Hayes, Garrett, and Steve Michelini. Good morning, sir. Please state your name.
Ryan Hayes. Good morning, Councilwoman and Councilmen. Thank you for attending and sitting in these uncomfortable seats as of right now. We can all feel the heat. As you're aware, I've been coming here for the last 5 to 6 months talking on behalf of our nonprofit, Cairo and Friends, and I don't want to get too much in depth with it, but I think now would be the time just for each one of the individuals to possibly reach out to us and see how we can help the community. I want to talk about some proactive things that are going to be happening in the near future with this flood on the community behalf. As we're aware, there's a lot of mold and a lot of apartment complexes have been destructed by these 2 hurricanes. I just want to advocate for health inspectors and other regulatory individuals to assess these properties that are going to be rebuilt so future generations and families that move into these apartment complexes and dwellings don't get sick with mold. I already have a firm feeling where I live, and Captiva Club Apartments in Town and Country is doing some speculative things. And I'd also like to just ask, who is the representative for the Town and Country 3361?
It's outside of the city limits.
It's outside?
It's
Okay.
Hillsborough County, but I can connect you with the county commissioner.
I would graciously appreciate that. If the city can come up with some creative and innovating ways to possibly have an escrow account to reallocate some funds, possibly sales tickets when there's a football game, baseball game, possibly different things, so we don't hear that there's no money and there's no allocation for people to try and be put back cold. I know they won't be put back cold, but there just needs to be some creativity and just going over and beyond to try to help the public. I'm an individual. I know I don't look like it on the external, but I do represent the impaired community. And there's just a lot of individuals that are suffering, and I'm pretty sure all of you have either seen on social media or driven around in your local communities and seen people's personal possessions sitting outside, but you're just looking at the physical. You're not really seeing what people are truly internalizing. There's a lot of good people that are currently put in bad situations that are going to be put in a horrible situation. I'm just talking about overall mental health. There's a lot of people that can't currently take this type of pressure. People have been holding on for dear long, just paying their rent, paying their utilities, insurance, and so forth, food. This has uprooted individuals, and just to have some type of compassion when you leave these seats, just to think about what you're not currently addressing and seeing. And with that being stated, I hope that y'all can advocate for non-checkbox agencies to help and assist the community. And what I mean by that are just government affiliates that just check boxes to constantly get their regulatory grants and donations and so forth. Talking about some real grassroots community organizations that know face and know people and that can genuinely help them instead of passing it off and saying, you know, we just allocated something. I'm speaking from the heart, and I do hope this is being resonated. And Mr. Bill Carson, I graciously appreciate you standing up and speaking and first-handedly about the public speaking first. When I came here October 8th, I paid $13.50 for parking, then got hit with a $30 parking meter for letting businesses and the military come over here and speak before the public. As we're all aware, when we see that chain of command, we see where the mayor is and where everybody else sits. But over the mayor, who sits over the mayor is the public. So the public truly needs to speak first. And so everybody, all these delegates could sit in here and listen to us. Because when they're done, they just get up out of here. That needs to be a standard. Like the public speaks first. Because I'm over here paying $7 for parking. We all are, but we need to speak first. We're holding on our pennies. So I graciously appreciate your time. Cairo and Friends, president of nonprofit organization Cairo Friends, of apologies, 813-323-1040. Anybody that has been negatively impacted by either one of the hurricanes, please reach out to us and we'll be able to help out with some type of donation, clothes, toys, something to get you through. Because what I've been hearing, people that go into Salvation Army, Goodwill, if they're not within that zip code, they're telling them go elsewhere. And that's considered segregation at this point. And I highly want to state this, if there's not anything that's going to be materialized or reached out, I think it's going to be an erroneous decision that will be made. I graciously appreciate it, and thank you for the time.
Thank you very much, sir. Garrett is the next speaker, followed by Steve Michelini and Ken Wise. Good morning, sir. Please state your name.
Good morning, Captain Garrett Kulzicki, United States Navy. I'm a U.S. Navy SEAL stationed here at SOCOM headquarters on MacDill Air Force Base. I'm here in a personal capacity, not an official capacity. My wife and I were moved here by the military in July of last year, 2023. We welcomed a new son into this world in February of this year. I'm also a Florida native. I grew up in Vero Beach, Florida, on the other side of State Road 60. My parents moved into a home in 1989 on the Intercoastal Waterway. That house is in a flood zone. It's insured by citizens because it's uninsurable. They've had multiple major hurricanes hit their town over the years, including 2 direct hits in 2004, about 2 weeks apart. They had over 7 feet of storm surge. That house has never had an inch of water intrude in that house in the entire 35 years they've owned it. We received orders here to Tampa. We were excited. We love the Tampa area. We view Tampa as a place we'd like to finally settle down when we're done with the military life. We searched hard. We found a home. that wasn't in a flood zone. It was in evacuation zone C, or evacuation zone C, flood zone X. It sits just over 20 feet above the low water line. That house, after the rains in Milton, 2.5 feet in the garage, a little over a foot of water inside the house. When you look across the flood damage, the folks that have spoken here, it's pretty easy. I've got a degree in engineering, but I'm not a practicing engineer. You look at how it flooded. The city basically, through infrastructure, to construction and development, created a nice retention pond that was our neighborhood as all this water flows in. My simple understanding, lack of drainage that's been highlighted. Also, we're on a peninsula. It should be pretty easy to design water flow that flows from the peninsula to a bay that's barely over a mile away in a straight line from my house. This is a problem that's, I know now that it's existed for nearly a decade. I know that this council has known about it for at least 9 years. Our street apparently flooded in 2015. Our street had partial flooding that came halfway up our driveway in September when we got 6 inches of rain, not a storm. I've spent my entire adult life defending the freedoms that we all hold dear, that you guys hold dear. I'm just asking you guys of this council to take some time and actually do your job and look at the problems that we're facing in our neighborhoods, fix the infrastructure that you've created that's caused the problems that we have had, so I don't have to fear getting sent off to protect your freedoms on a moment's notice and leave a working mom and an infant at home in a house that's totally ripped apart right now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Steve Michelini. Steve Michelini, Ken Wise, Christina Clemens.
Good morning, Council. If you look on the overhead, you'll see the dedicated line workers working at night, and that's what got our power back. I mean, this is a catastrophic event, and I think everyone in the city was affected. You've heard from neighbors who talked about individual neighborhoods. The entire city was affected. I haven't heard anyone from Davis Island talk about the entire island being inundated. The houses that survived were the ones that met the new FEMA regulations. The associates that I work with and some of the associations are standing by to assist the city to work on solutions. I've reached out to other neighborhood associations and given them the same opportunity. And this is not a partisan issue. This is a community issue, and we're standing by to help. And that includes the city council and city staff. My hat goes off to the city staff for what they have tried to do. And you cannot correct a situation that is historic. You can't correct a situation that's been there for more than 50 years or 20 years overnight. And you cannot plan for a 100-year or a 200-year event. It's unfortunate. My hat goes off and my sorrow goes off to all those people who were adversely affected. We're sorry that it happened. My own property was flooded. But I'm not pointing my finger at other people and saying it's your fault that happened. All of us have to get together, and I'd be happy to assist in any way I can. And thank you very much for the opportunity to address council.
Thank you very much. Ken Wise, Christina Clemens, Deborah Coleman. Good morning, sir. Please state your name.
Hi, good morning. What am I looking at? My name's Ken Wise, Southeast Seminole Heights. Remember the Heights part. I hear a lot of people around here talking about flooding. Flooding, yeah, it's bad. Remember the Heights part. It's something that I, wasn't, going to have a lot of problems with because I live in Seminole Heights. I notice a lot of people here, they're the south of Kennedy crowd, so I can't really muster a lot of sympathy for them because they make a lot more, have a lot more accumulated assets, and a lot more valuable houses than I do. We did have a woman earlier talk about trees. That's what I'm here for. The flooding didn't knock the lights out in the whole city of Tampa. Trees did. We have an overgrown forest. The other woman brought up how trees are good. Trees are a double-edged sword. They go and cool the place, they suck up a lot of water, they fall down, take out power. You have a guy in charge of going and keeping trees. Matter of fact, I met him one time when we were trying to get a tree cut down, and he wouldn't let us. We have another guy that's in charge of trimming trees. I'm sure they have an adversarial relationship. You need to go and fire the guy that wants to keep the trees and give his money, his salary, his staff, and budget to the guy that knows how to trim trees. And let him go and get, because I saw in my little cluster, in my dinky little neighborhood, within a quarter mile, 10 huge trees went down. What they all had in common were they were water or laurel oaks, like the other woman mentioned. They were all hollowed out, they were all rotten. These things only got like a 70 to 100 year lifespan. They were all past the harvest date. And what you really need to make a priority, look, this was a Cat 3 that hit as a Cat 3 70 miles from here. If it was a Cat 4, heaven forbid a Cat 5, that hit, direct hit, we'd have by, lot more orders of magnitude damage. In fact, the power would probably still be out right now. So what you need to do is make a priority of harvesting back the old and sick trees. Allow people on their own dime, on their own property, to take the trees down. Get the guy that's in charge of, keeping them trimmed. Give him more money and let him pick the ones on your property to get rid of.
Thank you very much, sir.
And then plant more trees.
Thank you, sir. Christina Clemens, Deborah Coleman, Milton Espinoza. Is Christina Clemens here? I see no. Deborah Coleman, are you?
I am Deborah Coleman.
Yes, ma'am. Come on up. Please state your name.
Good morning. My
Good
name is
morning.
Deborah Coleman. I am a resident of Parkland Estates. And on October 9th, Hurricane Milton came through and flooded my home. We had 15 to 18 inches of water intrusion. I live in flood zone X. I'm in evacuation zone C. I want that to really resonate with you all. There were people that were home here. There were people that evacuated to this area to remain safe during this storm. We had 15 to 18 inches of water intrusion. We have lost our whole first floor of our home. Many of our neighbors have lost their entire homes. We did not have flood insurance. All of our water remediation will come directly out of pocket. Now, we have heard several people today discuss that this storm drain issue has been a problem, potentially for 10, 20 years. We can call this a 100-year storm. But the flooding that occurred during this storm in this neighborhood, it happened when the bay was 4 feet below predicted water levels. That, along with gravity, should have allowed storm drains to empty to the bay. So what happened? What's going on? Is there an obstruction in the storm drains? Or is the infrastructure not appropriate to drain 5 inches of rainwater? How can we continue to build in this area if it's not appropriate to handle 5 inches of rainwater? I came here today to ask that you all address this immediately. There's no more 10, 20 years to sit and investigate. Like, let's get someone down there in the drains to figure out why this is happening. And then let's start a solution. It's time to move forward, or we're gonna move out. You wanna build Tampa Bay? Fix this. This is an infrastructure issue. Your constituents, we need this to stay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next is Milton Espinoza, Robin Lockett, Montesnot. Good morning, sir. Please state your name.
My name is Milton Espinoza. I'm here to discuss an ongoing issue with my rental property. I reside in Pasco County. I'm urgently here to address ongoing issues with my rental property managed by Mind, a company that is not even based in Florida. Although they have an office in Tampa, during the initial walkthrough, I made concerns about water damage under the floorboards and around the vents, but Mind assured me there was no problem. I later discovered it was indeed a problem. The water damaged floor was caused by a plumbing issue, specifically in the middle room, which would overflow, and then when it rained, it allowed water to pour into the house, exactly where the water damaged floors were questioned. This may have exacerbated the mold in the floorboards, which was already possibly there to begin with. And also, additionally, Mind claimed they have fixed or repaired leaks in the roof, but the leaks persisted, causing more mold in the vents. Despite being aware of these issues prior to my complaints, Mind is now demanding back pay for a rent reduction that resulted from an administrative error on their end. I have received multiple eviction letters from Mind, which I have been advised to ignore while we figure out the payment situation. I have reported these people to the BBB, FDACS, and code enforcement. Minimal Standard Livings actually told me hurricane victims take priority, even though I submitted my report weeks prior to the hurricanes even hitting. I understand everybody is affected by the hurricane. I am too affected by the hurricane. I have a tree on my house. I want to highlight the fact that I live with my fiance and baby. These unsafe living conditions. Mind you, I have lived in multiple houses in the Tampa Bay area. Now, while this one may be the worst managed, similar follow suit. The standard of living is declining while rent is increasing. It is largely due to predatory business practices from companies like Mind. They operate with impunity because many people have just accepted this as the new standard of living. It is evident that companies like Mind, which prey on our communities from out of state, do not share the commitment to our local civilian population. I'm here today because the ongoing problems and their demand for back pay reflect unreasonable, unethical business practices. These conditions have made my home unsafe. Me and my family are at a financial strain from their back pay demand. It is unreasonable. I'm asking the Tampa Bay City Council to help resolve these maintenance issues and step in because clearly code enforcement and nobody else is. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, sir. Pasco County. Go ahead.
Thank you. Sir, you're in Pasco County. My
Yes, sir.
assistant is going to meet you outside and give you the information for Commissioner Seth Waitman, who very likely is your, because we're city of Tampa, so just.
I understand that.
Thank you,
like
sir.
I said, I've made multiple with, code enforcement.
Thank you very much. Robin Lockett, Montesnot, Megan Luca is the last speaker. Uh-oh. Good morning. Please state your name.
Good morning, Robin Lockett. Okay. I come before you as the Regional Director of Florida Rising, a taxpayer and a citizen. I want to first thank all of the first responders. Just seeing them and just backing up. I wasn't affected by by the grace of God, I was not affected by the storm. I had lights, just so happened my lights are my utilities are underground. So I didn't lose my electricity and I was not in the flood zone. But I want to thank the first responders. I want to thank all the linemen that came out from everywhere, just seeing trucks come from Canada, Vermont, just the whole slew. I just want to thank everybody. Firefighters, police department, sheriff department, just everybody, just for all of the hard work, city staff and everyone else, the city of Tampa. This is a big one, and this is a chance for us to be forward-thinking. Now, I'm coming from a different space. I'm not coming because South Tampa flooded. I'm coming because North Tampa, Sulphur Springs, and East Tampa is neglected. There's a lot going on. There's, as Councilman Vieira stated this morning, about Timber Falls being flooded out. That whole Fowler being flooded out. Sulphur Springs, we knocked on doors. Florida Rising knocked on doors during wellness checks on the community, just to find out how they were doing, what their concerns were, and if we can help. If they needed a bag of Pampers, or if they needed water or whatever. Myself and Diane Hart, Rep Hart, went up and down Sulphur Springs streets because they didn't have electricity, they didn't have water, debris everywhere. And we went up and down those streets taking food. If you stopped and helped one, 20 came. You know, and the word they said was, "Thank you, we thought you forgot about us," because no one had been over there. Rep Hart was trying to get a comfort station. I don't know what the deal is with that, but what I noticed was, in regards to the relief situation, Al Barnes Park, Lopez Park, and somewhere else. Nothing on the east side. Nothing on the north side. Not even west. Well, west is that. But where was the help for those individuals that was dealing with that? I haven't heard a community had. I know y'all are not going to stop me because y'all. I know. I heard that a community had showers and shower stalls brought out to them. When you guys think, there has to be a way that you think about this so equity is provided, not just for the South, it's for the North, East, and West, because everybody pays our taxpayers in some form or fashion. No, East Tampa is not in here, so I'm speaking for them, because they probably still robbing Peter, paying Paul, and thankful that their lights out, throwing all their food out, and have no resources, trying to figure out what they're going to do next. There has to be a way for you guys to think through these things, or set up a system. 1917, 1921, I don't know when the last storm hit. Those are the two dates that stick with me, the years that stick with me. But there has to be a plan from that time until October the 9th, when this hurricane hit. What's the plan in protecting the citizens? Because if that storm hit us, we wouldn't be sitting here today. We would not have been. So I'm disappointed. I think in regards to renters, there has to be a way that these apartment complexes that charged a whole H amount of money to the renters, that they have to be mandated to have generators. Not generators just to run the elevators up, but the generators to power the whole entire unit, people's apartments. There has to be a way for that to happen. They're charging a whole hell of a lot of money, so they should be mandated to do that. Flood zones. No reason why Miss Alice is in an apartment, she's not in the flood zone, but she's awakened at night because somebody contacted her because her car is floating down the apartment, in the apartment floating somewhere. Debris and infrastructure.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
I know you ain't gonna stop me.
You had 3 minutes and I didn't say a word.
I know, but you let somebody else stay up here forever.
I actually agree with Ms. Lockett. We seem to have disregarded those rules, so I think we should let her speak.
Go ahead.
Now I'm mad.
I know. It's fine.
Councilman Vieira, maybe we shouldn't call it an investigation because the investigation scares people. but something has to be looked into in regards to finding out what happened and really finding out what happened, not being afraid of what the cost is. Finding out what happens and how we can prevent it. We can't stop a hurricane, but we can stop the disaster from happening from a hurricane, mitigate those situations as much as possible. My concern is the seniors. I want to thank Mayor Castor. I was just so happened on the phone with her. The senior apartment downtown, their elevator went out because they didn't have power. And just so happened I was on the call and she heard someone telling me that. Their power was out. The management company or the maintenance or whoever it was said they have to wait until Monday. And this was Saturday. So we're delivering food to that location. And I see these seniors trying to get downstairs to get food. There has to be how do we protect people from idiotic people that run apartment complexes and so forth who are not protecting them, not protecting people that that paid them their rent. So there has to be something that we can do. Thank you for my additional time, even though you tried to kick me out, but thank you for my additional time. I appreciate it.
Robin, was that Metro apartment?
Yeah. Oh, and Columbus, I want to thank the owners of Columbus Court Apartments. I think it was Central Court Apartments. They catered food, and they sent food out there because they understood that those apartments didn't have electricity, and those people had no means to cook. But they sent Conan's Barbecue. They sent people out there to feed those individuals that live in an apartment. And that's what protecting people that you're making money off of, that's what that means. They're forward thinking, trying to protect those individuals. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir. Montesnot, followed by Megan Luca. Yes, sir. Please state your name.
Montesnot, Tampa, Florida. I want to say Uhuru, and Uhuru means freedom in Swahili, and we as African people should always be thinking about our freedom. I want to say that I want to thank Councilwoman Henderson for what she did during the storm. I don't have to elaborate on it, but I just want to thank her for that. I want to say that one thing I always teach my kids is to be good and be black. Don't ever lie. Always be truthful, be honorable, be good to other people. Don't drink any alcohol. Don't indulge in any tobacco products. Don't do any drugs, and don't compromise yourself. And it's not good to lie. You know, I was so angry during the storm because I've got the personal number of the tow truck driver, and I called him to move my Rolls Royce, and he told me his lights was out and he was dealing with a family situation because his house was getting flooded. And I was so angry about that. I called a company and filed a complaint against him, and they made him come out and move my Rolls Royce immediately. Yes. And I wish if it was someone else higher I can complain to really get him fired. I could not imagine that this man, this person, gave resistance to removing my Rolls Royce from being protected from the storm. That's how this city council and that's how this city acts. When the people get ready to speak, they got up and they left. And the ignorant people in here are talking about storm and hurricanes and stupidity. It's actual stupidity. They talking about a category 3, category 4, category 5. My house got flooded. This happened, that happened. A tree fell down. Ignoramus, inconsiderate. No consideration. No connection to the world whatsoever. It's a hurricane category 1,000 taking place right now in Palestine. Man-made Category 1000. Storm taking place in Palestine, and people worried about their house getting flooded. Bayshore is always flooded. Henderson and Dale Mabry is always flooded for 50 years. They talking 10, 15 years. No, for 50 years plus. Bayshore floods when it rains, and they have to close the street off constantly. Everything in South Tampa and in Hyde Park is flooding when it's raining, when it's simply raining, and they can't fix that problem. And all the neighbors in Bayshore, South Tampa, devastated by the rain, by the first hurricane, by the second hurricane. And the city council does absolutely positively nothing about it. It's a do-nothing city council, not only in this area. And so we're not going to talk, if you're not talking about reparations, if you're not talking about communism, if you're not talking about socialism, if you're not talking about reparations for African people, you're not talking about nothing. It's garbage talk, nothing more, nothing less. People talking about flood water. Man, all my effing life it's been flooding in Central Park, Robles Park, East Tampa, and it's not only flooding, it's sewage. Sewage problems. And nothing has been done about it. So there's a diverse economy, like the gentleman said, hey, I live in the Heights, and the economy up there is different from what it is, the society of people live down here, the incomes are different. And so the fact of the matter is, the do-nothing city council need to do something about the people's problems. Different people have different problems. I'm sure Bill Gates and myself have different problems. So what needs to be done is the city council needs to apply some common sense and resolve some of these problems. And like the gentleman said, the people need to speak first, and the city staff need to be made to stay and listen to what the people have to say. How disrespectful that so many people with so many problems came down to city council today, because normally these chairs are empty. And the city council, the city council allowed the city staff to get up in a whole section, walked out of here, because they don't give a F what the people have to say or how we feel. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Next is Megan Luca. She will be the final speaker. Good morning. Please state your name.
Good morning. My name is Megan Luca. When I came in, I heard a couple of things that made me want to write them down. We didn't know it was going to be a problem. It is no one's fault. There has never been a storm like this before. I am not blaming the government. I am 100% blaming the government, and I want to do a little fact checking. When I bought my townhome on Havana Avenue in 2003, the 3 blocks around it were primarily single-family homes. They had large yards that would absorb water during rainstorms. Developers were able to obtain permits to tear down single-family homes and build multifamily structures, primarily townhomes. They run front to back, concrete driveway, teeny little strip of yard in the back, 0 lot line. I love it. It improves my property value. I do not love that the city did nothing to improve the infrastructure when it allowed all that concrete. So, 12 years after I bought my home, in August 2015, my townhome flooded. It was not a hurricane. Like what we experienced with Helene and Milton, it was several days of sustained rain. It's something you can check, Ms. Councilmember. It's an objective fact, 15 to 20 inches, depending on your address, of rain over a very short period of time. I had a 9-inch watermark inside my house in August 2015. Please do not tell yourselves that this is something that you didn't know was going to happen. Over the next 9 years, the single-family homes continued to be torn down and townhomes continued to go up in their place. Last Thursday, again, objective fact, you can check on the NOAA website, we got 11 to 12 inches of rain in Milton. I have an 18-inch watermark inside my house. 8 inches less rainfall than in 2015 double the amount of water inside my home. On September 4th of this year, no hurricane, just a heavy rainstorm, the water was in my garage. The difference between 2015 and 2024 is the amount of concrete and the lack of update to the infrastructure. Do not tell yourselves this was not a known problem. The city is absolutely aware of the problem in this area. I'm going to keep going to Parkland Estates, where Mr. Adams lives, and much to his credit has made his voice very known, borders my neighborhood. This was not a 100-year event. My neighborhood is 21 feet above sea level. We are in flood zone X. We should not have millions of dollars. If you drive around this 4-block radius, millions of dollars of personal property, appliances, the insides of people's homes are on our curbs. We should not have to worry that every time it rains, our homes are going to flood again. I am absolutely blaming the government. The city permitted the increase in the concrete. The city failed to update the stormwater infrastructure necessary to support what it approved. The city has failed us. The city has taken our money for a stormwater tax. The reason that I am here is not to yell at you. It's to fact check you and empower you. You are the customer service managers. You are the ones that check the city. Please fix the problem. And don't do it 5 years from now, because I'm going to tell you right now, I will worry every time it rains. I will tell you that I put Flex Seal tape on my garage and every door to my home. I taped up Visqueen and I put down sandbags, and it didn't do a damn thing to keep 18 inches of water out of my house. And now everything I own is sitting on the curb. Please, you have the power to fix this. This city employs engineers. Please call them out. We need short-term solutions so that the rainstorms that are coming still this year don't flood us. Dig ditches, create retention ponds. There's a giant parking lot next door to our block. Something could go there. Fix the problem, please. And while you're at it, pictures say 1,000 words. If I put it right here, will you be able to see it?
Yes, it'll come up in just a second. There it is.
That is our sewage pump. It's approximately 150 feet from my door. I don't know which genius thought it would be a good idea to create one that is underground. I will tell you that the man who was there pumping that out told me that he does this all over the state, and he gave me Polk County and Sarasota County as 2 neighboring examples when he said, I've never seen this before. Normally, these are above ground and they're elevated. So ladies and gentlemen, when I had 18 inches of water inside my home, it wasn't rainwater, it was poo water. Because the pump station 150 yards away was completely flooded because it's underground. This is my request. In a partisan world, I am asking you all to stand together to fix the problem. I heard you speaking in the beginning. You have different personalities, you have different backgrounds, you have one thing in common. You love the city. Please, go viral for being united to fix this problem. We are each in control of how we are remembered. You have the power to leave a legacy of protection. You have the power to leave a legacy of creating solutions. You have been yelled at all morning long. I am not yelling at you. I am begging you. Fix it now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That concludes public comment. I'm going to go into the agenda. All right. Councilman Vieira, you have public safety,
Move items
3 through 12.
3 through 12. Thank you, sir.
We have a motion and a second from Councilman Vieira, second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
No.
We have Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
13 through 25. Nothing was pulled. I'm just
Nothing,
checking. Go
no.
ahead, ma'am.
Yes, I move for Neighborhood and Community Affairs Committee items 13 through 25.
We have a motion from Councilmember Henderson, second from Councilmember Clendenin. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Hurtak, this is your committee, but then you had items.
Yes. So I'm moving items 26 through 29 and 32.
Second.
26 through 29 and 30.
we pull 39?
We're
Yeah, we're
only
not there
doing
yet.
29 and 32.
Okay.
You're a page
I'm
after.
a page ahead. Okay.
You're a page ahead. You're.
All right.
My brain's fried like everybody
Yep,
else.
yep.
Okay. Was it, where were you gonna?
Oh, I'm so sorry. Here, I'll do it one more time.
No,
Because
no,
we're all there. I am passing or I'm moving items 26 through 29
Okay.
and 32.
Two. Yes.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
Yes.
All in favor?
Aye.
And for item number 30, I believe Mr. Ingram is here.
Yeah.
No, that's right. You wanted to discuss that.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
I just had a quick question. This, and we've sort of talked about this through Ms. Kopesky. When do you, this is a motion to move $300,000 to have basically an assessment of the Tampa Convention Center, which we're all very excited about. 100% needs to be done. The only thing I didn't see in the SWOT was when do you, I'm sorry, into the scope of work in the South. When do you expect this assessment to be completed?
Good morning, David Ingram, Executive Director of the Tampa Convention Center. This project is actually, we are a little bit behind. We wanted it to have already be done by January. It'll probably be done by March of 2025. We've given them 6 months to do the physical assessment. The $300,000 is actually coming out of our operating funds, which is subsidized by our revenues that we generate from our services. So it's not impacting the general fund.
Oh, no, and we are very excited about this. So I wanted to find out the date, and then I have a motion that I'd like to go along with it. And I move for staff to offer individual briefings to council members reviewing the results of the assessment report no more than 2 weeks after the Tampa Convention Center staff receives its stage 4 briefing and before the results are presented to city council as a whole. Is that
Okay.
something that you could do?
We can do that.
That'd be awesome. So that way, the idea is for us to be able to hear what they're saying, and for us to be able to say, let's go harder, just to get some of our impact, because we understand, or I understand, and I think we all understand how much money we can, just fixing the convention center, how much revenue we can then make from that. And I think all of us want to see our convention center improved so we can start to maximize.
We
some of
appreciate
those
your
returns.
support, and we'll get that as soon as possible.
So Councilwoman Hurtak, is that attached to 30?
This motion is not attached to, well, I mean, it is and it isn't. So I'm going to motion, since I already read the motion, if we could pass the motion, and then I will move 30.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor from Councilman Hurtak, a second from Councilman Miranda. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
And
Ayes have it.
I move item 30.
Okay, and we move item 30. We have a motion from Councilman Hurtak, a second from Councilman Vieira. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. And item number 31, which is also about the convention center. This was the renovation, and it's really exciting because we got almost $1 million back. It is really wonderful. I'm still trying to work with Mr. O'Hara to find out exactly what happens to that money, the extra money. Because some of this was financed, I don't know if it goes to pay off bonds. We didn't have a chance to have that conversation, but we will. So because this was such a giant project, and after the giant projects we've had, what we have, so say for the waste to energy facility, after that was done, they came and gave us a little postmortem. How did it work? How did it go? And so basically, I'm asking for the same thing. I motion that staff work with the city council budget analyst to create a 5-minute in-person report to present an overview of the recently completed $25 million Tampa Convention Center renovation project. This overview should include Miss Lucas, I forgot your new name, Mrs. Harris. Mrs. Harris, this is all written down, so just so you know. Item number one, the project approval timeline from 2020 to 2024, detail of the cost components for design services, GMP1, GMP2, and any change orders with Skanska, detail of additional work effort that consumed any of the $1.75 million in Skanska contingency funds, detail of any non-Skanska costs, description of deliverables associated with the construction, if, for example, expanded internal floor space, new meeting rooms, HVAC upgrades, etc. Number 6, key implementation dates and reasons for variances from original vendor deadlines. Number 7, financial comparison of budget to the actual for project number 1001984. Number 8, options for the use of the unused capital funds since this project was bonded, including breakout between CRA and non-CRA portion. Number 9, soft and hard benefits the city can expect from this investment. And number 10, any other pertinent details staff believes would be helpful. And I request the date for the presentation to be on December 19th, 2024.
We have a motion from Councilwoman Hurtak, a second from Councilman Carlson. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it.
I'll try to get that to you. The one thing is, the component is there's 3 departments. It's
Okay.
fiscal, CAD,
Okay.
the budget analyst, and myself. So getting all that
If you need more time. I'm
Yeah.
sure Councilman
connected,
Hurtak-
Yeah.
we'll try to get as much as we can. If I need to, I'll come back and ask for an extension.
Absolutely, and you can just come through my office and we'll do an extension, but I at least want to get a date on the calendar, and I greatly appreciate that. So that is the motion, and then I want to go ahead and move. Yeah, we did.
Yeah, we
Yes, I want to move item 31.
We have a motion from Councilman, a second from Councilman Miranda. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
I want to thank you.
Yeah, we did,
Yeah.
we're up to.
Thank you
Finance
so
Committee.
much for all the work that you're doing for the convention center. We're very excited.
Thank you. It's been a rough couple weeks just for everybody else. The one thing that's a positive out of the story is we've only had 3 groups that officially, they didn't cancel, they were rescheduling. So as for an economic impact later in the year, closer probably to February, March, we'll see those groups come back. So that's a positive story for the community.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next we have Finance Committee, Councilmember Miranda, 33 through 38.
Chairman, move items 33 to 38.
We have a motion from Councilmember Miranda, second from Councilmember Henderson. All in favor?
Aye.
Mr. Chair, may I say something?
Of course.
Thank you very much. I wanted to comment on item 38. I see my friends at the Barbas, Nunez, Sanders, Butler, Hovsepian firm. I clerked there when I was, I think 24-year-old, like 22 years ago, which is funny. And just cite their amazing legal work, some of the best. I did workers' compensation for my first, I think, 2 years as an attorney, defense work. And they're some of the best in the business. And attorney Steve Barbas is retiring from practicing law after, I think representing our city of Tampa for 45 years. And if you know me, you know that when I say I love Steve Barbas, I love Steve Barbas. He's one of the finest men I know. He's a wonderful individual. I love him a lot. And I just wanted to give him in particular a salute for 45 years of service to our city of Tampa in workers' compensation litigation. I know he was involved in the voting rights case here in the city of Tampa that created at-large seats, and he's just one of the finest men I know. I'm a big fan. I know he's Councilman Carlson's neighbor, in fact, and just one of the finest men I know. So just wanted to say that. Thank you.
The whole Barbas family's great. Councilmember Carlson.
Yeah, I just want to echo what Councilmember Vieira just said. Stephen Barbas and his family have helped in so many ways in this community. Besides helping with the workers' compensation work, he also, among other things, was chair of the CAC and E-Board for many years. He showed great leadership. His wife is amazing. Also, she's been a leader at the University of Tampa for a long time and helped with the transition or the great growth over there. I think we should do something to honor him in some way, but I know you know him better than I, but if you make a motion, I'll second it. But
Yes, sir.
I think for the number, 45 years or whatever it was, I think it's worth acknowledging that publicly.
I'll discuss that with him. I don't want to be
Okay,
upfront,
okay.
but well taken. Yes, sir.
Did we vote on up to 38? Not yet. All in favor? Aye. Okay, just so we know. All right, for items 39 through 43, 39 was pulled. And then 40 and 40, Councilmember Hurtak's going to recuse herself, and 41 was pulled, so.
Move 42, 43.
Wait. 42, we have a motion from Councilmember Carlson for 42 and 43. Do we have a second? Second. Second, Councilmember Clendenin, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so 39 we'll get to at staff report. Councilmember Hurtak.
I just had something that I wanted to show for item number 41, Ms. Scharf. The question was from someone in the public, what, we approved this already from a CRA perspective, what we are moving, what money we are moving, and I don't know if Mr. Massey would like to say something about it.
Can you focus that for a second?
Can you zoom it?
And I have extra copies. I can hand this out to Council Morris Massey, Legal Department.
Okay.
The services agreement, in large part, is set up so that the CRA compensates the city for employing the CRA director and the CRA staff that's necessary to do the work of the CRA. And so the cost of those salaries are shared among the various redevelopment areas, and it's done on a percentage basis. The largest portion comes from the largest TIF, which is the downtown. The next largest is Channelside. And so that's how it's done on a percentage basis, but if you break it down by numbers, the salaries would be shared across the redevelopment areas in this manner. So that's the numerical numbers. Now, these would be adjusted during the year potentially if we hire additional folks, if salaries are adjusted. And there are also some other costs that get shared across the CRAs as well. There are also specific projects which the city gets compensated for from a particular CRA. For instance, if community policing is done at Ybor, that comes out of the Ybor TIF. That's not shared across all the other TIFs. But this is how the cost sharing is done for the salaries among the various redevelopment areas. And as was stated, this has already been approved by you all as a CRA board, but because it's an agreement between the city and the CRA, it requires City Council's approval as well, and I'm happy to answer any additional questions.
Councilmember Hurtak.
And I wanted to say thank you because the documentation gave the percentages, but not the actual amounts. And that was a question that we had gotten from the public, so I wanted to take this time to show. So I appreciate it. Thank you very much. That was all I wanted to do.
Would you like to move that?
Yeah, I don't.
We have a motion from Councilmember Clendenin, second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so 39 has been pulled. Councilmember Hurtak, you have to recuse yourself on 40?
I thought these were being done at staff reports.
Oh, 39
to
and
staff
40,
reports.
okay. I have a new list here. Okay, items 44 through 46.
I move items 44, 45, and 46.
Motion from Councilmember Clendenin, second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, we're going to set some items for public hearing. First, let me see. Hold on, Mr. Shelby. There's one here, magistrate proceeding pursuant to section 7051. Is this the one that someone from public comment mentioned about putting it to January? Is this the one? Ms. Wells?
Yes, sir. Kate Wells, Legal Department. This item was originally on your agenda for October 3rd, and at that time, council asked my office to get with the applicant to look at evening meetings where this could be a standalone item so that it wasn't added to your existing evening meetings. So then we were going to bring that back to council last week. Last week's meeting got canceled, so here we are today. And in consideration of the communications we have seen from the neighborhood asking that this not be scheduled until next year, I have spoken with Jake Kramer, who represents the related group. I know Nicole Nuggebauer is in the audience in the event you have questions. Looking at potential dates, and there's no great date because the Thursday evening meetings that are open are those evenings that follow a regular meeting. So if we're looking at January 9th would be the first time this item could be heard. And again, that's following a regular meeting. We also looked at the possibility of Tuesday nights, and January 28th is available where all the parties to the proceeding would be available for a hearing if council wanted to schedule it on a Tuesday night.
What kind of meeting is that following Thursday after the 28th?
The 23rd is empty.
The 28th is a Tuesday, so your next meeting is a workshop on January 30th.
I would
And then
do
you
it
have an
28th.
evening meeting.
We could, but even the 23rd, which is a normal Thursday, we don't have anything scheduled. We have 0 staff reports.
Oh, we scheduled a bunch today, this morning.
Oh.
So I looked at the 23rd, but the applicant was not available
Oh,
on that
okay.
So
date.
I would make a motion to continue this to Tuesday, January 28th.
Not continue it,
Or,
but to
sorry,
schedule
set
a
it.
public
Set it.
hearing.
Set it,
No.
yeah.
So the motion would be January 28th, 5:01 PM, City Council Chambers. Yes, ma'am.
I just have a question. Is this before notice? Would they have to notice? Because
Yes.
this is a different day of the week.
They have to notice it, and that's the purpose of scheduling the public hearing.
Okay.
Is to make it clear that there is 30 days notice, as you would with a regular rezoning item. And I came prepared with a substitute resolution with alternative dates so that there wouldn't be a delay in scheduling this. So if that is council's pleasure, I do have a substitute resolution that would schedule the hearing for January 28th, 2025 at 5:01 PM.
So
So-
move the substitute.
Well, let's accept the substitute and we'll file it.
All right, let's accept this substitute.
I accept the substitute.
She accepts the substitute. Is there a second? Second from Councilmember Clendenin. All in favor?
Aye.
So this public hearing is set for a Tuesday, January 28th, 5:01 PM, 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, 3rd floor, Tampa, Florida, 33602.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much.
There was a vote on that?
Yes, we,
No, there
oh,
was a vote on to accept the substitute.
okay.
Now to move the
Now let's
resolution.
get a motion to accept this resolution.
Move the resolution.
I move the resolution.
Move the resolution from Councilmember Clendenin, second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, item number.
If I could just, Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I just want to acknowledge Ms. Wells and working with staff to be able to arrange that and to bring it in and to have the substitute ready to go. Thank you.
Quite miraculous.
You know what, somebody told me that we're lucky that we have the best legal department in the entire, I mean, like, not even a private firm can compare with what we have here, so. I just want to put that out there because it's been told to me. So thank you to all the legal folks. You're really fantastic, so.
And they staff shelters, pass out.
Yeah, and all the volunteer work, Mr. Massey, Ms. Wells, and so many others have been out there endlessly serving people, so. All right, item number 48 needs to be set for a public hearing. 48. Yes.
And I don't know whether you wish to take this up first, but my suggestion is, you see the note at the bottom, and this applies to 48, 49, and 50. They all require, before you do set these, it's because of the change, because of the meeting that was canceled, I would request that you make a motion to rescind the resolutions that are set forth by number on the agenda. Do you see where it says?
So rescind 48, 49, and 50?
No.
I rescind resolution numbers 2024-757, 2024-758, and 2024-759 that were adopted on August 22nd, 2024.
We have a motion and a second from Councilmember Clendenin. All in favor? Aye.
Okay, now you're ready to take up the new ones.
Okay, now move item number 48.
You could do it, you could do them all.
48, 49, and 50.
Together.
Do you have a motion?
I move items 48, 49, and 50.
Motion from Councilmember Clendenin, second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you, council.
Okay, now we go to public hearings. These are second readings. They're non-quasi judicial. Okay? Can I get a motion to open the 10 a.m. public? Let's get a motion to open all the public hearings. Motion from Councilmember Clendenin, second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Item 51. Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, Council. Emma Gregory, Assistant City Attorney. This is the second reading on the proposed changes to Chapter 22. These have to do with ADA requirements and streamlining the administrative permitting process. You guys didn't have any questions at the first reading, but in the event that you have some questions now, I'm here.
Do you have any questions? No, any questions? No. Is there anybody in the public that wishes to speak on item 51? I see no one. Motion to close from Councilmember Clendenin, second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Councilmember Miranda, would you mind reading 51?
Item 51, 2024/8, chapter 22. Orders being presented for second reading adoption of ordinance in the city of Tampa, Florida, making revision to the City of Tampa Code of Ordinances, Chapter 22, Streets and Sidewalks, Article 1, Administrative Provision, amending sections 22/116 through 22/121, and section 22/123 through 22/128, and section 22/132 through 22/133, providing for repeal of all ordinance or parts of ordinance in conflict therewith, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
We have a motion from Councilmember Miranda, second from Councilmember Vieira, and Councilmember Hurtak and Henderson. Were you able to
Yes.
review? All right, please put your vote.
Motion carried unanimously.
All right, item number 52.
I'm here for 52 as well, as is my colleague Melanie Calloway from the Mobility Department, and she'll be leading the presentation. I'm just here for support.
Melanie Calloway, Transportation Division. We're here on Brick Street removal case. So Twiggs Street between Ashley and Tampa, that portion, we're having a small portion that's going to be removed as a part of the development. As you know, there's a development going on where Old First Watch used to be. And they're going to remove about 2,000 square feet of brick, just a portion. And that was to actually coincide with our project. We have a Twiggs Street project that is going on design right now. So that is to also correspond with our project. And the petitioner, because Cammie Corbett is here, if you have any questions. But this is just a small area that's going to be removed, and we get the bricks back because that is city property.
Okay, so they're palleted. I was going to ask. Yes, Councilmember Hurtak.
So-
And then Councilmember Mendez.
So is this being moved to like widen the sidewalk?
Yes.
Okay.
It's to tie into our current Twiggs project. So you
Oh.
can see here, they are going to
Oh.
be widening the sidewalk. We have a project currently in design, and they're going to tie into our project for us in this segment.
So you're adding protected bike lanes. That's all you needed to say.
Well,
Okay.
Again, it's in design, so it could change.
Oh.
So I didn't want you to focus on that too much.
Sorry, when you put a bike lane, you know better. I'm gonna hop right on it. But thank you.
But it is our intention, so.
Councilmember Clendenin.
So my question is, so we authorize the removal of the bricks and do this, what's the obligation that this sidewalk is actually constructed? So once the destruction happens, what if the developer, for some reason, doesn't fulfill that obligation?
So, Councilman Clendenin, that's actually outside of the scope of what we're considering right now. I think that's something that we can address, but this is really about just the application to remove the bricks.
Well, that's my point. Why would I approve the application if I didn't know there was?
They're not tied in together like that.
So that's true. They're not tied together, so you can, again, you'll have to take that as a grain of salt. But another part of it is the code. So the code, downtown code, requires that you have a minimum 10-foot wide sidewalk, but this part of the priority of this street might even be more than that. So the code alone requires on certain streets, on certain priorities, we have A, B, and C streets. I'm sorry, I did not know which one this is, but together, they do have to have a wider sidewalk. They do have to provide a wider sidewalk for.
Maybe this is something good for Ms. Corbett.
Councilman Tabby Feely, can I jump in a minute, please?
Ms. Feely?
Yes, good afternoon. This project, One Tampa, has a building permit. The building permit includes those right-of-way improvements that show that sidewalk. I know Mr. Barber is there. So we would not issue certificate of completion or occupancy on the building until the improvements. And then typically what we do is bring to you the maintenance agreement for those improvements, which would be their responsibility, because there's also landscaping, benches, other things that go into the right-of-way in the central business district due to these projects being built at a zero lot line. So then we bring the maintenance agreement before you as well. But if it's shown that way, it corresponds to the permit for the project and it will be constructed.
Okay, so as long as that building goes up, this will be constructed, or they would not get an occupancy permit. So there's a 99.9% chance that this will occur as planned. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank
Does that, so, but you said that bike lane may not be there. So, that's where I'm confused.
This project, remember, this is a transportation project we have on Twiggs from Ashley all the way to Nebraska. I believe they are contemplating the cycle track, but I don't know, again, they're in design. It could possibly change to something else. I'm not over that project, but it's currently in design, so it might not be exactly this layout.
So what you're saying is that these are two separate things?
Yes.
The brick is being removed and they're required to replace it with a sidewalk. The bike lane is a separate project?
Correct.
Got it. Thank you.
Exactly.
Councilmember Cross.
So just to reiterate, you said that the picture on, so we can still see the picture here, but the picture on top, that diagonal line area, that's the only part that the bricks will be pulled out and the bricks will remain on the rest of the street?
Yes, absolutely.
And then we passed an ordinance a few years ago that requires that bricks that are pulled out are saved to the extent they can, that they should use a method that protects the bricks because we have a shortage of bricks needed in other areas. So that will be followed in this case?
Absolutely. It's all part of the ordinance. They are required to palletize the brick and bring it back to the city.
Yeah, in general, I'm against removing bricks, but I understand that we need to make our city pedestrian friendly as well, so.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm pro the big sidewalk, so as long as we have assurances that it'll get constructed, then yeah, I think it's a good plan.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody in the public that wishes to speak on item 52? Yes, ma'am. Are you the representative?
Yes,
go
Cammie
ahead.
Corbett with the law firm of Hill, Ward, and Henderson. I think all of your questions have been answered. They're consistent with our understanding of the project as well, and we're here to answer any other questions you might have.
Thank you very much. If there's no other public comment, can I get a motion to close from Councilmember Miranda, second from Councilmember Clendenin with the motion, second from Councilmember Miranda, all in favor? Any opposed? Can I get a motion to move the resolution? We have a motion from Councilmember Clendenin, second from Councilmember Henderson. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Thank you very much. Item number 53.
No.
53 and 54 we're going to be continuing. Councilmember Hurtak, did you
Yeah,
want?
I was just gonna do the motion to continue them to November 7th.
Okay, motion to yes? Do I need to take public comment on the continuance? No. Okay.
Yeah, the only reason we didn't do it earlier is because I had a 10:30
Yeah, you said to
time.
wait till 10:30.
Yeah.
Yeah. Uh-oh. Okay, never mind.
Okay, put your mic on.
Oh, so sorry.
Gonna be my.
Teacher's gonna teach. Teacher's
Yep.
gonna teach.
Thank you. Just for date, time, and location, so the public is aware of it as well.
All right, we have a motion to continue 53 and 54 to November 7, 2024, 10:30 a.m. public hearing, right here, 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, 3rd floor, Tampa, Florida, 33602. Can I get the motion?
Yes.
Motion from Councilmember Hurtak, second from Councilmember Miranda, all in favor?
Aye.
Items to be removed from the agenda. All right, we're gonna go to staff reports. In order, I have 39, 40, 41, 50, then we go 56. So item 39 is first. We have the administration update's already been done. But 39 has been put here because it's $5 million. Is there, did you pull it?
Yes.
Go ahead, sir, item 39, if you want to kick it off.
Well, it wasn't a. Let me get to it. Jeez. Oh, we have a second page. Oh, goodness, so discombobulated. We just need a couple more big storms just to really fry my brain.
No, we don't. Motion to
Okay.
strike that.
So this is my concern. I spoke with staff about it as well, and I talked to the developer out in the hall. Hello. I understood that in FY '24, we had money budgeted for affordable housing. And so I was confused when I read these documents and they're talking about bonding this, and then the next agenda item. And initially was planned at 30 years, bonding for 30 years, so of 10 million, which would be $20 million. And so so that means my granddaughter will probably be of childbearing age, will still be paying for this bond. And again, I'm kind of confused because I thought in FY '24 we had money budgeted for this, in actual FY '24 money, with that $50 million, and so I mean, and I think it's no secret, I have a problem with this type of bonding. That this, I would not have as big of a problem with this if it was PAYGO. And I think some of the conversations we had in public comment about the needs of the city and the infrastructure issues in the city, we've got some serious issues that we need to address. And is this really what we want to bond money for? I think we all have to really think hard about what we're borrowing and what we're to pay for what. Some of the stuff that we've, I've said this many times about borrowing money as an investment for things that are going to return money back into the coffers. So basically, it returns money to the city. This is, while it's a good program, and I fully support the concept and the idea, if we had the extra money within the budget to pay for it, I think it's a good project. I think the developer's a good developer. I think they have a good product. I just have a real problem fiscally with borrowing the money to accomplish the goal.
Councilmember Hurtak.
So I tried to talk with Ms. Kopesky a little bit about this yesterday, and the sticking point for me is that this says it's a loan, and I thought that we were taking this out of the CLT. So honestly, what I want, personally, I would like more time to talk about this, and I don't believe I would like staff to talk to us individually about these before we move forward with them to understand it a bit better. I don't think doing it in the public realm is a wise decision.
Ms. Feely, would that be amenable to you that you could meet with us and just further explain where the money's coming from and everything else that's been mentioned?
Good morning, Council. Abby Feely, Interim Administrator, Development and Economic Opportunity. Absolutely. Would you like to set a date for when to bring?
You want to bring it back November 7th, or do you want more time?
Ms. Feely, I know you and I have already had this conversation, and I know some of the problem is, we had proposed a millage increase that was going to, that we'd have more disposable income, and that did not pass. And I think this is part of why this is problematic, because that anticipated revenue, and of course we also had a revenue shortfall for the FY25. It wasn't as great as we had anticipated. What day? Yeah, I guess so. Where should we bring it back to? Lynn, do you have a suggestion?
Ms. Kopesky, what would be good for you?
Please come up to
come up to the mic.
Yeah, so we can get it on the record.
I don't know, according to this calendar, November 21st is available, but I also don't know if that's actually true. Now that we're not doing the hearing on December 5th, we could do December 5th.
And I would, Hager Kopesky, City Council Budget Analyst, I would say as long as that time frame works for Ms. Feely, because I know there'll be some conversations between all of us, I would have no problem with that date.
12/5?
Yeah, let's do November 5th.
So we got a motion to continue?
Both 20, or both.
39 and 40.
Yeah.
39 and, yes, Mr. Shelby.
Just for the purposes of the calendar, that brings you to 8 items. And as long as it's as long as council's aware of that, that's fine too. But the thing is, it'll just be.
It's kind of a 2-for-1.
Yeah.
So it's,
It is a consent item.
Yeah.
So which items are you talking?
39 and
40.
I think you're going to have to abstain.
So do the 39 and then I have to abstain from 40.
So I'll motion to continue items 39 to 12/5/2024.
We have a motion and it's from Councilmember Clendenin, second Councilmember Hurtak. This is just for 39 to continue to 12/5. All in favor?
Aye.
The second by.
I'll make a motion to continue item 40 to 12/5. 12/5/2024.
And I'm recusing myself because this particular property is on the same block on which I reside.
That just got power this morning, finally.
That just got power this morning.
Why do you have to recuse yourself?
Because for me, I could have financial gain from this.
We still need to have that conversation.
Yes,
All
and
right.
I just believe it, for me, it's a cautionary tale and measure, so I'm uncomfortable being a part of this vote.
So motion to receive and file the.
Yeah, motion to receive and file my,
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
And then item 40, you're going to make the motion to
Yeah, I
continue?
motion to continue to 12:05.
All right, motion to continue item 40 to 12:05 and accompanying item 39. Motion from Councilmember Clendenin, second from Councilmember Miranda. Mr. O'Hara.
I just wanted to apologize, Mr. Chair and Council, it kept kicking me out of the webinar on these items.
Well, we've continued it now, so we can have that discussion. We have
So
more
I
time
got
to have
my-
that discussion.
I got my card.
You have your
here.
exercise.
We'll see you in December. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, and that was just a continuance.
Wait a second, did you announce that?
Yeah.
Motion carried with Carlson being absent at vote and Hurtak abstaining.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, ma'am? Thank you very much. Item number 41 was pulled by Councilmember Hurtak. Councilmember Hurtak, you'd like to discuss this?
We already did.
Oh, we did?
Yep, and we voted.
And we
Good.
did? Okay, good. I'm sorry. Item 56 and 57. Let's get to that. All right, item 56, these are, 56 and 57 are very large items. Yes, sir, I see you here. Are there any questions from council or anything you wish to add?
No,
Give a presentation?
I'm Eric Weiss, wastewater department director. I'm here for item 56. This is actually the second time because it's a construction project over 20 million. So I'm here if you have any questions about this project.
Yes, ma'am.
I just want, you all were here 2 weeks ago, and we talked about this. It's just been a really, really long 2 weeks, feels more like 2 months, so I just wanted the public to understand that, yes, we did talk about this a little more in depth with a presentation 2 weeks ago.
We did, yes.
Okay.
All right. We have a motion?
So moved.
Motion from Councilmember Clendenin, second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Councilmember Carlson, that was for 56. Yes.
Yeah, I just also wanted to say, and I should say this to all the department heads, but thank you for making yourself available. We had constituents with really bad issues, and you made yourself available pretty much 24/7, and your team, so thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Item number 57 is a $4.2 million project. This is regarding street resurfacing and milling. A good thing. Any questions or comments? Is there anybody here from staff? All right, do we have a motion to approve 57?
Motion to approve 57.
Motion from Councilmember Clendenin, second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? I think that concludes the entire agenda.
It does.
Yes, Miss?
No new businesses.
I have I have minor stuff. minor
That's
stuff.
kind of scary.
Yeah, can,
Yes, Lisa?
Oh, thank you.
What you're gonna talk into new business, I'm passing.
Oh, okay, this is the canceled workshop agenda, just so we have it. So if I may begin.
can I get Miss Scharf, can you please bring my personal phone so I can actually look up calendar dates? Thank you.
Okay, Councilman Maniscalco.
The day is recognizing.
Chairman Maniscalco.
Thank you very much. So while we wait for Councilmember Hurtak to get her personal phone, I'd like to look at dates to reschedule the workshop items from the canceled September 26th workshop. We have distributed here, as you see, a canceled agenda for us to review. We don't have to do this today. Is that correct, Mr. Shelby? Can we do this at the next regularly scheduled meeting, November 7th?
If that's council's pleasure, sure.
I know our brains are fried, and I know, so you have time to look at the calendar and stuff. I just wanted to bring it up. Well,
No, I mean, once I have my calendar, I'm happy to set it. Let's just get it done.
I feel beat up.
It's not further fried.
all right. So in the meantime, for item number 6, which I believe is my motion, I don't mind moving that to February 27, 2025. I know we have a lot to catch up on in the next few months, so if that would make it easier. Here comes Ms. Scharf.
Thank you so much, I appreciate it.
So I have a question.
Why aren't we just moving the whole thing?
So we just scheduled an extra meeting, that night meeting on the 28th. It was the 20th of January?
Tuesday, the 28th.
So why don't we just reschedule this workshop for that morning?
What a genius.
What date was that, sir?
The 28th of January, but it's a Tuesday. So it would be a 9 a.m. workshop, and then we go into a 5:01 p.m. Public hearing.
Like our normal routine.
So January when?
28th. The
28th.
Tuesday, we have that 5:01 p.m. item that we just set today.
So like a normal workshop / night
Yeah.
meeting.
Yeah, I can come back.
Are you okay with
early.
that, council members?
So you have stuff on your calendar.
What do I have?
You have, on the 28th, you have streetcar that day,
Okay.
So you have a couple board meetings that day.
What other than streetcar?
You have TSA, and then you go into the evening meeting.
What time is TSA?
That's at 4. At
I may have to, no, you know what, this is more important. If I
But
could,
you have the streetcar then at 1.
yeah, the streetcar, well, that'll be tentative because we try to finish by 1, if I can make it, but TSA, I'm gonna have to, I can't drive there and back. Okay, I'm good with Tuesday, January 28th at 9 a.m. for the workshop.
Yep.
All right, we have a motion from Councilman.
Can I just look
Yes.
really quickly?
Yes, ma'am. And for item number 6, I mean, I can continue it to February 27th, but it's so close.
You're not on the, I'm on the streetcar board. You're on the streetcar board for art?
Yeah. No, I'm the city council representative. The mayor put me there.
Oh, yeah, those are hybrid.
Yeah. Yeah, but if I'll be sitting here, I can't.
Yeah, I'm on that board too. I didn't know you were on that board.
Yes, ma'am?
But for item number 6 on the workshop,
Yeah.
that was just if we were going, and speaking with Mr. Shelby, that was if we were going to like possibly move individual items on the workshop.
Yeah,
So
no,
you
no,
ju-
let's just do it all
just-
together.
Just move it all together.
We'll do it all
I reached out
together.
to Mr. Cotton, and he had said we could take that February, date for the workshop, but just put it on the January.
Yeah, it's so close. All right, so can I get a motion to set this workshop for,
So I motion to move all agenda items that had previously been scheduled for Thursday, September 26, 2024 to January 28th at 9 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, okay.
yes, ma'am?
Okay, so item number 1 needs to be sooner than January because the contract expires in April. And so that is the challenge that I brought up, when we discussed it before.
Can we add that to the end of a regular meeting?
And we decided, so I want to do that now so that it can be official.
All right.
Remember, we said we could add it at a, not like a non-workshop day, but we would have to notify the public and et cetera, et
How
cetera.
about November 21st? That's a regular council meeting.
Okay, it can't be November 21st.
You're running out of dates.
I know, but that's Florida Classic weekend.
What date, what date?
We have December
I'm just kidding.
19th.
Hold on, let me look.
19th.
No, I'll take November 21st. Let me just look, just a minute.
Did you mean the Florida Classic that should be brought back to Tampa?
Yeah, that one. We have an evening meeting that day, y'all know that, right?
Okay.
Yes.
So we're gonna do it in the morning.
I thought we canceled the evening.
We do.
We are moving the workshop
We'll
to
move-
the same day to Tuesday, the same day that.
Yes, but we're talking about the,
The November 21st has an evening on the calendar. I thought that was canceled. That's not,
No,
No, that's a,
it's not.
okay.
And that's a pretty large
Yeah, that's a big
night
Yeah, it's a
meeting.
big day.
I think we
So
have
that's-
10 items
So why,
for that
Ms.
night
Henderson,
meeting.
How
why?
about-
Can we do it on it?
How about December
Why is January
5th?
20th too late if the?
Because the
if
contract
Because the
expires at the end of
contract
the year.
expires in April and,
That still gives us 2 months though.
no, it doesn't. It has, they're redeveloping the plan that
You
they're
wanna do
presenting to
December
the public.
19th? December 19th is a regular council meeting, the last one
I'll
of
take
the
that
year.
one.
Or,
I mean, well, that's only just 2 weeks sooner.
Yeah, that's not-
That's concerning to me.
Council,
how,
if I can,
Yes.
just a reminder that
How-
even though you do have a night meeting, you do have only 5 staff reports and unfinished business, except for November 21st, is that right? Or would we add more?
No, we didn't add for November 20, we added one today to November 21st, so actually, it'll be 6.
So we have room for one more under your rules for November 21st.
On November 7th?
No, for November 21st, the last meeting before Thanksgiving.
Is that fine?
Yeah, I guess.
Okay, so
I have a hesitation for
I'll-
some reason, but I
I'll
guess so.
amend my motion to move all those items except
Except
item 1, we'll move that to December 21st
Not
during
December,
staff report. I'm sorry,
November.
November 21st during staff reports.
Okay.
We have a motion from Councilmember Clendenin, second from Councilmember Miranda, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
That'll work.
And, Mr. Chairman, this being a Tuesday, Madam Clerk, would we call this a special call workshop? Okay, if the motion would then call
Is
calling
it
for a
time
special.
certain? Like,
9 a.m.
9 a.m.
okay.
315 East Kennedy Boulevard.
Third floor, Tampa, 43602. And then this is not a motion, but in regards to the public comment, I'm gonna be going out to one of the neighborhoods after I eat something, because I haven't eaten since yesterday. Gonna go out to the neighborhood after I leave City Hall. But I think we should ask the stormwater engineering folks in regards to Parkland Estates and in regards to the area north of Swan, north of Azeel there that was flooded, which was Habana, which was Horatio. There were other streets that, I have a letter here from, and I can put in the record, it was given at public comment. It says, we support a design and public input project. We obviously had a lot of public input. There's a lot of conflict within that neighborhood because we have people that don't want it down one way, another street, look at different things to do. We've been blamed that this is a failure on the city. Can you beat Mother Nature? That's a yes and no question, but folks that are getting large amounts of water during just a regular rainstorm, I don't think really is, there's something clearly wrong there. Again, I'm gonna go check out the neighborhood after this, but I think what we should ask the stormwater department to reevaluate this entire area and look at all different options and what we can do, either reprioritizing projects, because the stormwater assessment's been in place for almost 8 years, to do something. So Councilmember Hurtak, Clendenin, Carlson.
I might recommend something similar to what Mr. Vieira has done up in Forest Hills and to simply have a community meeting to begin with.
I don't.
That includes.
We had it today.
No, but you did have it today, but you didn't have it there.
Yeah.
You didn't have it in the community.
Yeah.
And quite frankly, a big part of the meetings that happened at Forest Hills was people getting out what they needed to say, to taking some ideas down, and there is never a time I think that listening to people is a bad idea.
No, I agree.
But here's, and I'm just going to say it now because several members of the public said this. When public comment started, every director of this city got up and left. And that's not okay. That's not a good look. I really believe that we control a budget. The mayor and these directors put that money where it needs to go. They needed to be here to hear it.
Yep, exactly.
So I would if you were gonna do something, I would recommend having a meeting.
I'm just putting it out there. Councilmember Clendenin,
Yeah.
Carlson, Henderson.
I mean, it's kind of a little bit to piggyback on what Councilwoman Hurtak said, is that, because I think we need to set and I wish there was more people for the public, maybe we should have actually spoken after public comment, because at least we could have set some of the record straight. What the responsibilities of this council is. We do land use, we do budgets, but the actual operation of the city and where that money's spent and how it's spent is done by the administration. So I agree as far as the listening. In fact, I've been bouncing back kind of that same concept of putting together a public forum, because I've not done one yet. So I'm still entertaining what the value added for myself, because I'm a couple of us are citywide. I think sometimes it's the single member district people, it's a little bit more appropriate than us that are citywide. Clearly, and I said this in my earlier statement after the administrative update, we all knew this was coming. This was not something that, a hurricane hit. Yeah, we knew it was coming. It was just, the clock was ticking. The flooding that occurs the flooding that occurred in South Tampa because of the rainfall in Milton compounded what we already knew was an existing condition. The condition existed, it just was worse because, again, not a surprise, because I've lived in South Tampa for 39 years. I lived right down the street from the neighborhood. Now, I had saltwater flooding in my house, and sewage, by the way, in my house. So I feel everybody's pain. The difference is I do have insurance, and my heart breaks for the folks that don't. I was up in Forest Hills, and I toured a family's house, and it broke my heart because they have nowhere to go. It's a mother, father, 3 kids living in a completely waterlogged, water-soaked house that had poop water intrusion, but they can't afford to go anywhere else. This was their castle. They probably scraped together every bit of resources they had to be able. It broke my heart. I cried afterwards. seeing that condition because they had nowhere else to go. And I forwarded that information to Chief Bennett to, see what the city could do. But again, the problem, especially in South Tampa, the Forest Hills, Fowler, Robles Park, some of these other areas, the solution is different. The elevation, the stormwater pipes getting filled, where's the water going to go? I mean, do you pump it uphill to a retention pond? Because if you go downhill, that's what's happened with Parkland Estates. All this development north of Swan is, guess which way the water goes? It heads towards Parkland Estates. I mean, that's where it's heading. And we've seen that, and since I ran on a South Tampa's full platform, y'all know that. And when we've had a lot of these, lot splits and stuff like that, I've opposed those for this very reason. I'm all about building density along transportation corridors because you know what? If we concentrate the density along these larger transportation corridors in strategic areas of the city, we can build the stormwater infrastructure to accommodate these types of events. I don't see how in the world you can't build stuff in South Tampa because where's the water going to go? And it's one thing I know someone said about flowing to the bay. The problem is, again, that bay goes up into this infrastructure, and unless we pump it away from the bay and upstream, because I watch it. We have a stormwater retention pond in front of my place, and I watch the level of water rise with no rainfall. I mean, I can see because the groundwater, and right now the groundwater is so high that literally you could dig 8 inches below the end of the ground and you're hitting groundwater. There is nowhere for this freaking water to go. I don't know what the short term, I honestly, engineering's difficult. I think the cost of this is difficult. I don't know if there is a short-term solution for some of these places. Some of the more obvious places, again, as we get further and further away from the bay, those areas that are 55 feet, 60 feet MSL, I'm sure there are stormwater retention things. There's pumps. There's making sure that we have generators. I think those kind of things that we can do today as a city if we can find the money. And so I think that's part of that discussion. But some of these other issues, man, they're going to have to be engineered. I mean, I don't think it's as obvious and it's not as simple as some people want to make it out to be. Because again, these areas have been plagued by floods. I mean, one of the freshwater flood events in Parkland Estates months ago, I wanted just to see how bad it was, and I almost flooded out my car, just going through during a normal rain event, and it wasn't like a 10-inch rain event; it was like a 3-inch rain event, and the water was and there were flooded out cars, and I mean, water was all the way up to people's thresholds, and that was just a normal little rain event. So I mean, we're going to have this discussion, and yet we're blessed by all the water we're surrounded. We have a major river running through the middle of the city. Look at that engineering project with the bypass canal. Can you imagine what the city would look like if we didn't have that bypass canal and the city didn't manage and draw down water and do the things they did prior to storm? So, I mean, it's probably going to have to look like something like that as far as the scope and scale as we get into this climate change driven flooding. And this isn't going to be the first time this happens. And, I don't want to hear anybody tell me about it once every 100 years, once every 300 years. These things are going to be cycling either every year or every other year. Welcome to the future of the city of Tampa. And we have to accept that and understand that whatever infrastructure project is going to fix this ain't going to be cheap. Yeah.
Thank you very much. And just to clarify, it was a request by the chief of staff that staff, do the presentation and go. It was a lot of back and forth, but I mean, we're dealing with a lot. I get it, but in the suggestion of Councilmember Hurtak and others, like Councilmember Vieira did, community meeting, did it get passionate and heated? Absolutely, but it was a necessary thing.
One of the things one of the concepts that I was playing with the idea of doing this town hall was not necessarily having staff there, because again, I think people's expectation is the staff could do something right now. I wanted, like you said, allowing people to talk, to be able to say, what were your observations? How did this impact your life? What did you see in your neighborhood? What have you observed? Because I think that is a valuable thing. It values in two things. One, people need to be heard. They want to be able to have, and they want to have an opportunity to be heard. You know, this is just a microcosm of the larger city, what we see that comes out before Tampa. And also, it provides that background information that we can bring in our discussions when we talk to the administration or we talk amongst ourselves at council, something substantive to try to find those solutions. I don't necessarily know if that, you know, it's kind of a built-in adversarial thing when you've got the folks, the department heads there, and people are yelling back and forth, and
I understand.
Yeah.
Councilmember Carlson, Councilmember Henry.
Yeah, you all remember, you know, my business is communication, and before I got on council, one of the things I did a lot was public involvement, public input. So I facilitated those meetings like the other night, and I advised clients on what kinds of events to have. Whether that meeting the other night was a good idea or not is I don't know, because I was not involved in it at all. I can tell you in these situations, having a big event that covers a lot of neighborhoods is absolutely the wrong idea. And one of the reasons is for the constituents. The constituents do want to be heard, but at a big meeting like that, only a few people can speak. And so what they typically do is they'll have you text in, or they'll have you fill out a form or something. Every neighborhood has a slightly different issue. And I'll just tell you, Stephanie and I have been through extensively. Port Tampa had 8 feet of water, people's houses completely wiped out, all this stuff sitting out. There's like 300 or 400 meters of mangroves, and 8 feet of water came over and demolished people's houses. I mean, that's a totally different situation than an area that has no mangroves and no beach, just a seawall, for example. So, you know, why did these things happen in different ways? Bayside West, demolished. It went all the way across Georgetown apartment. What is that, like 300 or 400 meters of land there? It went all the way across that, and several feet of water hit. Culbreth Bayou, same thing. Their trash is being picked up today. Thank you, Larry and Chief of Staff. Coachman Road, behind Stovall House, there's what used to be a lake and a retention pond, and probably the people that bought the multi-million-dollar houses don't realize it. But it's a low point where the water sinks in. They called us and said the water is flooding us, and so there was a stormwater pump issue, which we can talk about another time. But as I was thinking, Eric Weiss, there also was a wastewater pump issue. So they not only had stormwater flooding down their streets, and they had several feet of water that wiped out all their stuff, but then they also had a river of poo. It looked like Charlie and the Chocolate Factory kind of river going down the street with multi-million-dollar houses. And my point is that their unique situation with those 2 pump stations is totally different than just a few blocks away. And so you have a big meeting with lots of neighborhoods, and you hear even this, Stephanie and I are going to help them organize their neighborhood association up around Azeel. I think it was formerly called Courier City, which is a big area. But that area, unless the hydrologists come through and say it's all part of the same floodplain and it's all tracking, it's really a different sub-component of what Parkland Estates is dealing with. And so I would suggest that we separate them. The reason why all these other neighborhoods didn't show up today is not because they didn't want to and that they don't have issues. It's that we've all been, neighborhood leaders, and some of you, staff, have all been personally meeting with them, talking to them about their particular issues. And I think that's what people want. They want to be heard, but they want to be able to interact and talk about solutions. They want to hear about the problems in the past and why. In Coachman, it was not just that the power went out, but then the generators turned on. And so it's not just a power issue, but what happened is the pipe that it dumps into in the bay was overwhelmed with water, and the pump shut down because it couldn't pump the water out anymore. So it's a totally different issue. And so one thing I want, also people, as you heard, are asking for short-term and long-term solutions. Parkland Estates has a big park. Some of the neighbors have said, why don't you dig a retention pond there? Some people don't want it because it's a historic place. But maybe that would be a temporary solution. There's a longer-term solution. And the area around Azeel, maybe dig ditches. So, I don't think so, but there's one over at the doctor's office just to the north, underneath that parking lot there. And apparently it overwhelmed all that. So just so you know, there is, on November 7th, there is an item similar to this related to Parkland Estates. And I would recommend, Chair, whatever you want to put in regarding Parkland, that you add it to November 7th, because we've already told, there would have been 50 more people here this morning talking about Parkland, but we pointed them to November 7th with a chance to be able to talk about it then. And so if there's anything else about Parkland, I think we should talk about it then. And then what we ought to do, and I encourage you, several of you were talking to that Azeel neighborhood, please go to my district, talk to them, because ultimately we need 4 votes for anything. And if you want me to come to your district, I'm happy to come to your district to support you as well. But we need to meet, I think, separately with these different groups. And unfortunately, because of Sunshine, I was telling them just now, we can't all meet at the same time with them and the staff, and they can choose who they want to meet with. If they like the way Charlie looks better than me, or they think he's smarter than me, take Charlie.
Now you're just being silly.
or because Charlie's wearing his, anyway, I'm joking, but however we can go in and micro-target these neighborhoods and solve their issues. And then what we need to do separately is come back, and I can make a motion on this, or you can. We need to relook at the stormwater plan citywide, and that should include public meetings all around the city in different parts to look at the different parts of it. But in the short term, I think we need to continue to do triage. The neighborhoods seem to appreciate that we're coming into their neighborhood, looking at their particular unique situation and trying to solve that. They're not necessarily worried about all the neighboring problems.
Henderson Vieira.
Yeah, just for my curiosity, Chair, is this also new business, or we
No,
just
this
commenting?
was I just made a comment. I'm going to somebody's house after I leave here, that's all.
Oh, okay, this is not new
Just,
business.
it was a
this
general
is-
thing of if the stormwater department was listening, you know, just, we can't, because we can't talk to each other, so this is
Understood.
what we can do, so.
Okay, well, was the most interesting meeting that I've attended, besides the 3:00 in the morning one. But nevertheless, I just want to say something about staff getting up and leaving. Because I know that this council knows this, and I just want the public to know that our legislative aides are in front of their TVs when they're not present in front of us, and so is the staff. They are listening to these meetings, and being able to multitask is an amazing thing that people are trying to accomplish. It's not that they were disrespecting the public and getting up and leaving and not caring about what they say. Immediately, and you can notice it at all council meetings, just like Barbara Tripp chimed in online today. Abby comes in all the time. Even if it's legal, whoever works for us, they are listening. I went to the restroom and passed by Councilman Vieira's office, and you know, his aide has on the TV. Darlene has on her TV. They all are listening, and I just don't want you to think that the staff is ignoring the public. And so the efficiency of being able to get up and go to your office and still listen to what the public has to say is just a fair shot. Do not, I don't think that you should look at it any other way. The other thing that was kind of interesting to me, Parkland Estates, I'm very much aware of that, and even, some of the learning a little bit more about some of the surrounding areas of the communities in South Tampa. South Tampa does fight differently. They always have, and I think they probably always will, just by nature of it being across Kennedy Boulevard. They've been doing that. They do that even in the school system, to get what they want, and it is an effective method. One of the members of the community, indicated that she wants the storm trucks there right now, like starting right now. We should be pulling out and taking some trucks over there to work 5 days a week. And I know that that comes from an emotional place, and I know that I can understand why she feels that way, but I don't know if it necessarily works that way, or even that if that is possible for that to happen. And how do we pick one area over another? Who should be a priority? I don't know. I do know that Parkland Estates is an issue. I've literally visited the community. It's not just about fixing the problem, but also the preservation, because it's a very, very, very beautiful community with some extremely nice homes. And so I really would like to hear from Stormwater, because I think that the plan that we have in place, I don't know how we expedite it, but if it brings about a solution faster, I would like to know more about that. And I'm just saying that to whoever the staff is that's listening, please reach out to me so I can learn more about stormwater, because I know that there is a plan for Parkland Estates. It hasn't been ignored. And and the government hasn't done nothing. Saying that, that's just simply not true. Because as long as you've been complaining about it, or even for me, I've been on council for a year and a half, and I know about it. There's no way that the staff is not doing anything. I just want to know exactly what that is so that we can communicate that effectively to our constituents, because I care about every aspect, not just District 5, but every aspect. We're all responsible for making decisions about the entire city, so that's also important. And then the other thing about the people that you don't see, like how Robin Lockett came today and spoke. There's 65,000 residents in District 5. And sometimes a very small group of people, the people who come from District 5, consistently, they do not speak for all of the 65,000 residents in East Tampa or in District 5. So that's also important, even though people may not be in front of us. A lot of our constituents, that's not how they fight. You know, they make personal phone calls, they write letters, and I appreciate that. They share information. One of them is here. Caroline Bennett will send you an article in a heartbeat or something that gives a historical context or just information that is very valuable to the learning process for all of us. So I appreciate things like that. And everyone's fight is just different. And I just want to also close it with this too, in terms of when I talked about the millage, I know that it could be any kind of money, whether it's CIT or even millage. Me saying that was not a reprimand to the city, but I do know that our $1.8 billion budget is actually utilized and it is stretched to capacity. We just, when we approved the $1.5 million for Route 1 bus, that money came from another part of our budget. Things cost money in this city. And so I know that stormwater, there's no way that's just a few $1,000,000. Whatever the cost is going to be in terms of resolving this issue, I know that it's significant and the money is going to have to come from somewhere. So even that's a hard pill to swallow. I don't think that money actually, all of that money would exist in our current budget. It's going to have to come from somewhere, or we're going to have to do things differently in the city. But I do feel, though, as though the, gosh, what is this thought about, you know, I want to learn more about when you're building things, you're adding density to places where single family houses was, and you didn't have a drain, you didn't have a solution for stormwater. I would like for staff to give me some information on that. Because when we vote on these things, we rely on staff. And so if that part is being left out, and we're making a decision about a pretty building, but we're not looking at the underbelly of the things that can impact those decisions, that's really important. And I would like to know that as well. So that's it for me. Thank you.
Councilman Vieira Miranda.
Sure, and I'm not going to take long because we want to move forward, but I want to talk about, that I do encourage folks to have community meetings. We had one on, what was it, Tuesday? And it actually went very well. It was extremely emotional. And I tell people, the people that were angry there, Lisa was there, I would be just as angry if I was in that position. I'd be just as angry as the people who were out there today. And so I saw nothing inappropriate. It's got to be community-based. It's got to be based on the community, narrowly tailored. That was for Forest Hills. We're supposed to have one tonight for University area. It's going to probably be moved to next Tuesday. But that's something that's very, very important. You know, I'm hitting really hard. As hard as I can for these communities in North Tampa. You know why? Because they are working class communities. They are blue collar communities. They are paycheck to paycheck community. And when you get to University area and the Timber Falls, they are lower income, many of them working family communities. And council, we have to keep our eye on these North Tampa communities, on all of our city of Tampa. But on people who don't necessarily show up here. I want to talk about South Tampa. The stories are heard out there. Break my heart. I held a virtual community meeting 2 nights ago with Kathy Castor's office, Congresswoman Castor. David Adams was there. I've known him for a long time. All of these stories break my heart. I want to continue to talk about, and I'll make a motion on that, those working class blue collar communities. Something that's very important because these are very emotional meetings. I've probably held about 75 or 80 town halls since I've been elected, that you have staff talk, and for the love of God, please, like all of y'all, have staff brief you on what they're gonna say. Sometimes you run into things fast, have staff in these meetings. That's very important. And then when you do question and answer, you break up after about 45 minutes, and then you have individualized. We were out there for about an hour and a half afterwards. There was a long line, about 50 people to talk to me. I spoke to every one of them, and I'm meeting a lot of them at their homes tomorrow and this weekend. So that's what I would do, is because you're still gonna have one or two people that are angry, and guess what? So long as they don't break the law or anything, they're right to be angry. They're right to be angry. So that's what I would do. I encourage community meetings, and have a street, whatever street, go, look, I'm gonna meet you over there at the stop sign, gather 20 people, let's talk. People wanna see us, they wanna hear from us, like is happening. And community meetings like this, I'm a big fan of them, but in this very emotional issue, they've gotta be done in a very careful way. In a very, very careful way. So I was very happy with the result of the meeting, because I knew it was going to be emotional. Because again, if that was my house and I was in a no flood zone and it got flooded, and I hear things and I read things in the Tampa Bay Times, this Cuban café con leche would be very, very hot, very steamed. So that's it. Thank you.
Councilman Miranda.
Thank you, Chairman. A couple of things. First of all, instead of having this area of the city, why don't we just have a conversation with all the people in stormwater regarding District 4, District 5, District 6, and District 7. That way, all of them will take it in, because all of them are the same and all of them are different. And they'll have different values of not only the household, but I mean of flooding. So I think all of it should be encompassed. And along with that, the administration gives us the money spent for the total year of 2023 and 2024 really now, of the money spent in District 4, 5, 6, and 7, so that the public understands what we've done and what we haven't done, and straightforward let them know. And the monies that are spent in those districts, that's not very difficult for them to do. They know how to do that. They've done it before. So it's time consuming, but I'm sure that they have the probability and possibility of getting it done very quickly. So that motion was made about this area and this area. Why don't we have them come and talk about the whole city as a whole, which includes all the little areas? Yeah. That way everybody in the district knows what's going on. That's my suggestion, that we, instead of talking about this neighborhood and this neighborhood, make it all the neighborhoods within District 4. And we talk to them specifically one at a time, so we understand and they understand where we're at and where we're going.
Councilmember Hurtak.
So basically what you're asking for is for them to take their quarterly written report and just bring it forward and talk about it, make it public, and that's, yeah.
That's fair.
Yeah.
All right.
And then they will also tell you from the year-end budget that ended September 30th, whatever it was, that the money spent for that total year of 2024, and this is where it went. So everybody's on board and they know what they're doing. And when you're looking at, and I'm not going to go into the CIT tax, but I'll tell you one thing. If it's so great, let me just tell you one thing.
There we go.
They're getting more overhead. They're getting more than Public Works is getting. Not Public Works. They're getting more money than police and fire is getting for the total 15 years on one section alone. That doesn't include anything else. So if you think I'm wrong, prove me. Because I read the record, I read exactly what it is. They're spending more money giving it away to two corporations, one that's worth over $6 billion, the other one's worth over $2 billion, that we're getting for public safety. Wow. And I will challenge anybody in the government or in those two entities to have a debate with us or me or whatever they want, because I can prove everything I'm saying. Alone, they made over $65 million on something they don't spend one penny on. That's events in one location. Why am I giving $65 million to them? I don't understand it. However, there was in the past, the first one that passed in 1996, September the 6th of 96, there was a performer that came with it, how the money was going to go to them. I haven't seen that. I've seen only lump numbers. So why and how we did it, you talk about transparency. We took a vote. I didn't know what the vote was. 4, I know it was 4 against, that's it. But 4 against what? No one explained it, did they? And we swallowed it. That's all I'm saying.
Thank you
I'm
very
not here to
much.
cast this, I don't do that. But
you
I'm
so much.
telling you, if that vote passes the way it is, we have no control, period. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And before I go into new business, I just want to give my condolences to the family of Noreen Copeland Miller, who passed away. Received a notification from Miss Eileen Henderson. As you know, Miss Copeland Miller was a superhero in the community with the cemeteries, with the neighborhoods, just everything. I mean, just a tremendous loss to the city of Tampa, and someone who was a regular here at City Council and extremely involved, you know, all the time. So my condolences to her family. Councilmember Miranda, do you have new business?
I have two, Mr. Chairman. I need 5 minutes on November 7th for Chuck Gardner for Tampa Bay Water. Give us a quick overview, and I'm sorry this is late, but we got to have it before the year ends.
We have a motion from Councilmember Miranda. We have a second from Councilmember Vieira. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
And the second one, I'm going to make a accommodation, but I don't know when, here or where, but I got to speak to the coach. Jose Fernandez has been the head coach at University of South Florida for 25 years in the women's basketball. It's very difficult for any coach in today's society to have a job for 25 years. You're doing one hell of a job.
Only city council for Charlie Miranda and the basketball coach at USF.
Councilman Miranda with the motion, second Councilman Vieira. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Councilman Vieira.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So I do have a couple motions. Number one, and I've talked about, said I was going to do this. I want to have staff come back and have a report, and let's see how we want to take this forward, because this storm, everything happened on Friday, today's Thursday, ideas come up, et cetera. But long story short, as I've said, I want to have some sort of an independent look, not done by the people who were in charge of it. I believe in trust but verify, at what happened here in the city of Tampa following these storms as it relates to our infrastructure. My personal wish is that it is both city and county, because I know East County had a lot of challenges. Sometimes we share infrastructure. There's a lot of privity there, obviously. And I think that's very, very important. This is for all of our city of Tampa. We came here and saw people speaking from the heart, from Councilman Carlson's district, from South Tampa. And we have to make sure that our infrastructure is working. So this, as I envision it, would look at a number of things. Number one, what successes did we have? How can we build on those? What failures did we have with our infrastructure? How can we do better on that? And what happened in this storm, particularly with non-flood zones? There's a lot of questions that have been raised. Issues can arise, including the stormwater ponds, the timeline of when the ponds were pumped, a detailed status update on generators, actions leading up to, during, and after the storm, etc. But so what I want to do is to have a pathway forward for that. Again, we can put it on the agenda to talk about it. I want to deal with this in a very, very thoughtful way, but we need to have an independent inquiry into what happened after this storm, because guys, there's a lot of families who lost everything and who do not have flood insurance and who were in no flood zones. And we hear about things with backup generators, etc. A good and honest government is not afraid of having outside independent professional sources to look at what happened. And that's all that I want. And I know we all share that. I hope this gets support. I would motion for this to come back on November 7th. And I know that's soon. I promise that I will work as hard as I can to get as much information as I can, like I have been on this. But that's my motion.
Is there a second?
November 7th, is it on calendar for?
Like, yeah,
Is it? Okay,
and
then-
so
There's 19th, I think.
so my,
November 7th?
Or
What?
21st.
You have five on
How about
November
this?
7th.
I have,
Wait, no.
Do we have a second to this? motion?
Also,
Second
Mr.
from
Miranda,
Councilmember
if you
Carlson.
can.
okay,
Yes?
I,
I got it. Mr. Shelby, no?
Mr. Vieira, if you can, for the purposes of what you want to appear on the agenda, if you could restate your motion.
Yes, sir. So my motion is for, to have a discussion on an independent inquiry investigation into the infrastructure of the city of Tampa during and after these two storms. with a discussion on a commission on our successes, our failures, and how we can do better in the future, but especially what went wrong on some of the issues that we heard today with generators, infrastructure, et cetera. And I can send you a memo but that's.
We have a motion and a second. Councilmember Hurtak had her hand up first, and Councilmember Clendenin.
So if you want to have an independent inquiry, I think the best idea is to simply, I don't think anyone here opposes that. I think that what you need to do is work with Mr. Shelby to figure out how we run because I don't know how to do an independent inquiry. So I don't think that bringing it back November 7th and having us talk about it more is a good idea. I think you simply meet with Mr. Shelby, maybe with Ms. Kopesky, figure out the intricacies of it, and we will wholeheartedly support you. I think it's a little different than the postmortem workshop I recommended, which would be a staff level, and for us to really discuss. I think this, and I wholeheartedly support it, because when we do want some independent inquiry, and we have the ability as of council to do that, we just haven't in a while. So I think a lot of the background work with the three of you might be a better way, and then bring it back and say, hey, we're gonna do this, do it.
Question, if I can.
Yes, sir, Mr. Shelby.
Does this involve only the city of Tampa, not Hillsborough County, the Board of County Commissioners?
How do you guys feel about that?
Well, that was
City
my
only.
that's why my microphone's
Not Temple
activated.
Terrace?
City only. It's because we can't guarantee that they're gonna work with us, and they don't have the same systems we do.
And that's well taken, that's fine. I mean,
Councilmember Clendenin.
And that was why I had wanted to be recognized. One, we have to know our role and where the context of what we have the authority. We have investigatory responsibilities. I would like to hear from legal. I don't know where you bridge our role in investigation responsibilities with an independent inquiry. I mean, that sounds legislative on the Tallahassee level, not necessarily council level. So I think I definitely want to hear from legal of how that fits within it. I think we all, I can't imagine that there's a single one of the seven of us that don't support the intent of what you're trying to get to, but it's the mechanics. And also some of the verbiage, because I also don't want to necessarily politicize this either. And I love Lynn's idea of the SWAT, concept, because I think that's kind of a more productive way of looking at something. But so I mean that's, and I'll leave it at that without bemoaning and beating a dead horse.
Councilmember Miranda.
Thank you, Chairman. And I understand what both sides are trying to do, and I'm not trying to make this in any way political at all. But what I'm saying is, we have to look at something and say, what went wrong at what time in history, and how long has it been in place before it went? Not about this administration or last 3 years administration or 30 years administration. How do we fix what we have so that we understand what not directly at this administration inherited from somebody else. And if a hurricane had happened at that time, we would have been in the same place we're at now. That's what I think. So I'm not trying to cover up the administration. I'm just saying, for the government's sake, us going forward, I really believe that it's got to be done on how do we fix what we have now, and what happened, and how do we fix what happened, period.
So Councilmember Vieira, how would you like to proceed?
And a couple of things. So I want this to be done outside of staff. I love our staff, worked with them for 8 years, wonderful people. It just has to be done. In terms of the politicization, the Councilman Clendenin said, that's why I would rather it be done not by us. Because again, probably for the same reason as staff, that would be my preference, because I just don't want us doing it. There's too much, we're elected officials, et cetera. I'd rather it be done by some sort of outside group. That being said, then what I would motion for then is for me to discuss with the appropriate individuals, and for me to come back and report to you guys on November 7th. We have enough time. That's enough time.
Good. Then bring it. We'll take a vote on it on the 7th.
So you don't even need to motion. You can just bring it back during new business.
But can I put it on the calendar?
Yeah.
Because I like.
You want to put it under like staff reports at the end?
Yeah.
And so to gauge council out, because I'll tell you all this. When I speak to my people in Forest Hills and in North Tampa, they want this.
I believe
They're pissed and they want this. I believe so I just want to make sure that from council that there is universal support for this, as discussed. So I can tell them that. Good.
I cafe con leche back.
Mr. Viera?
Yes, sir?
So if I understand, it's to return.
As to report.
To report back to council.
He will be reporting.
On a
Okay.
proposal.
Yeah.
And if I can, just, and you talk about scope, and you talked about bringing in the legal department, they'll no doubt, no doubt cite to section 2.14 investigations. In the exercise of its legislative powers, the council or any special committee thereof shall have the power to conduct such investigations and hold such hearings as the council shall deem necessary, expedient, and proper, etc. So what I'm saying to you is your scope is within your legislative powers, in other words, crafting code, and also with regard to your responsibilities as to the allocation of funds for the budget. That would be your authority under investigations under the charter.
Good foundation.
Very good. So you have a motion for this to be put last under staff reports in the November 7th
Yep.
agenda. Do we
Yes,
have a
sir.
second? Second from Councilmember Clendenin. All in favor? Aye. Anything else, sir?
Yeah, a couple of things, if I may. Next, I am going to ask the administration to report to us as soon as we can on the feasibility of appropriating funds to assist people here in the city of Tampa on a means-tested basis for uncompensated needs such as housing, food, etc. You know, what we're doing right now is something that is great, but that is very, very time limited. I want to have something that's more in a robust nature. I have a number that I'm thinking of, but I want the administration to come back with a number and a funding source on ways in which they can immediately help people who are hurricane victims. And this is throughout the city of Tampa, on a means-tested basis. We have people who are going homeless right now. We have people who are going hungry right now, and it's not going to end in 2 weeks. It's not going to end in 2 weeks. This storm has been devastating for people, especially for everybody, but especially people who don't have flood insurance. This is devastating, emotionally taxing. People are being ordered to go back to work and they can't go back to work, and we need to help them, and I think we have to find a pathway there for that.
Do you have a date for that?
I'd like November 7th, but whatever council is available to.
Do you have a second?
So can I
Second
speak
from
to it first?
Councilmember Clendenin.
No,
Go
no,
ahead.
no, I'm not seconding it.
Wait, we need a second.
I'm actually opposed to it.
Can I get a second? Anybody with a second?
It'll die.
No,
Well, it died.
Can I explain why?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
So
How can
I
make
actually
it
have
work?
some experience because I had a loss and you filed with FEMA, and I understand the issues with denying. FEMA has the funding right now, and of course, if they run out of funding, Congress will expand that funding. They actually have those programs, and some of the programs that they have, you have immediate need, so they'll reimburse you for immediate needs for hotel up to $750, then they'll miscellaneous for lost food. I mean, I think almost as long as they document that you had a loss, it's like $3,300 right out the door. So anybody that's listening to this, if you go to disasterassistance.gov, and file, you can do that. I also believe somebody said they've stood up a center at Barksdale in the city of Tampa. So if you go down there now, granted there's going to be long lines, but the application process online is actually quick and easy. It doesn't take you very long. You can fill out that form in 5 minutes, and they will send out someone to your house, and they just document the fact that you had a loss, and especially if you have pictures. Even if you've remediated your loss, if you just show them pictures, they will document that, and within 7 days, you will get a check deposited into your account from FEMA. And then on top of that, for the folks that don't have flood insurance, they have low-interest loans that they can apply for, up to 30-year low-interest loans. The small businesses that were impacted, they can apply for 0-interest loans for up to 12 months, and then after that, it can roll over into a low-interest loan to get immediate help in being able to rebuild their business or repair damages. So there's a lot of federal money flowing into Florida and these other areas that are impacted, and specifically into Tampa, realizing that we are really just in just a couple of weeks past a really huge natural disaster. So they're still standing these things up. FEMA is coming in, and there's a lot of resources. Y'all go out there and look for those resources, and if you need any help, contact my office, and we'll point you in the right direction.
Yes, Councilmember Carlson, you had your mic on.
Yeah, I agree. That's the reason why I don't support it, because FEMA, in theory, has these resources. I will say also, though, that the executive director, Deanne Criswell, stood with the mayor 2 days before Milton, I think it was, and it said, "Don't worry, we've got the resources staged. We're coming in. We've got everything set up," and we didn't see them till a week later. So it's taking them way too long to get set up, and too many people are frustrated. I'm not going to talk about the specific challenges people have, but you can look anywhere online and see it, and it's not some right-wing conspiracy. It's real people, a lot of them Democrats, who are having problems. What I think we ought to do is support or supplement helping people to fill out the FEMA forms. There were legitimate little quirks to it that are causing people problems. And I sat down with the 2 FEMA people on Tuesday. Stephanie sat with me, and number one, I said, you need to beef up your call centers. And they said, we're doing that, because it's not acceptable for somebody who lost their house and everything to sit for 3 or 4 hours on the phone. It's very frustrating for them. Number two, they need to fix the website. And if there's a field that is causing people to be rejected for no reason, because they put the wrong date or something like that, they need to fix that. And so they said they would take that feedback back. But this Barksdale has opened up. I don't know what's happened this afternoon. I heard there were long lines this morning. If there was any way that temporarily the city could help supplement them and get people out to help them, that would be very helpful. I assume that FEMA would reimburse us for it, but we need like 50 people helping people fill out forms. FEMA is going to go door to door also, and they're taking iPads with them, and they're going to help people fill out the forms at their houses. And so that's going to be really helpful too, but that just started. So anything we can do to promote that. I mentioned a couple weeks ago, Raquel has been very helpful with people who have had disabilities. But there are some cases that where people had problems. They lost everything, and they had problems with FEMA. The city has tried to help them. The county, I've had Harry Cohen's office and others trying to help them. I could show you the emails. They're legitimately trying to help them, and they have not been able to. I passed at their request, I passed several over to Kathy Castor's office, and they're trying to help. So those are other resources people might be able to use. But there's some kind of secret sauce that we need to learn quickly. It's not just posting, not just posting to the internet or social media the checklist on how to do it. There's all kinds of checklists and everything. What we need is people to sit down with people and help them figure out how to fill out the form. Because that'll help it go smoothly. And the most important thing people said here today is they want to know we care and that we're interested in helping them. And so if we can do that in some way, that would be great.
Councilmember Hurtan.
And the only other thing I would add is that means testing takes a really long time. So when we did our RMAP program, it wasn't just the means testing, but it was fraud proofing the means testing. It was a constant shift. It took them almost a full year to get it right. Sure. So I think your heart is in the right place, but I do agree that if we can just focus on improving the folks' access to FEMA and
Sure.
yeah.
And if I may.
Yes.
And so
Yeah.
I feel that too many people are going to fall through the cracks. And the benefit, I understand there's detriment to this. The benefit outweighs the detriment, but that's fine. And this issue may come back. But again, I felt just with the people we talked to, I felt compelled to bring it up. One other thing I wanted to talk about is I think it's worthy to ask the administration to come up. We're going to talk a lot about infrastructure. We're going to talk a lot. The mayor has proposed the backup generators. How are we going to pay for that? And I think it's very important that we ask the administration to come forward with funding solutions to any infrastructure proposals that are going to be made so that we can begin to have that discussion. Because I don't want to go to, I point at this, I point at that. I want to have a unified proposal on where this money's going to come from. And then if we don't want it, we can go, hey, listen, let's take it from this, let's take it from that. But I think it's smart that we ask them to be prepared for the flood, no pun intended, that is coming on requests on infrastructure. Does that make sense to you?
Yes.
Yeah, I guess it's not a motion, it's just a statement to be ready, that's all. because we're hearing from Parkland Estates, et cetera, and if we want to make a robust investment right now, it's going to cost money, and we want to know where that money is going to be coming from, and it's better to get that done now than later. Then lastly, the Forest Hills neighborhood sent a series of questions to staff on the pumps and different issues with their flooded neighborhood, and they don't need to come back. I just want to do a motion requesting that city staff answer those questions within 10 days.
We have a motion,
And that's
and
it.
do we have a second? Second from Councilmember Clendenin, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
And then this is not a motion. Our Racial Reconciliation Committee very likely is going to be pushed a little bit. I just want to say that because my office has been dealing with that, obviously, given staff issues, et cetera. We've spoken to some folks already. It will very likely get pushed a little bit, which is unfortunate, but the thing speaks for itself. Thank you very much, Council,
Thank you very
especially
much.
for the committee. Thank you.
And Mr. Vieira, if I can, to add to that, I believe the first meeting was originally scheduled for next Tuesday, and I just want the public to know, at Hannah Avenue, it will not be held. It'll be postponed until the November meeting. I believe, and if I'm wrong, hopefully by the end of the meeting, Brandon will come in and correct me, but I just wanted people to know that what was originally the schedule, there is no meeting Tuesday.
If I may, Mr. Chair. Yeah, that we should obviously promote that on social media. I never promoted the original date, just because when I found out about it, we started with Storm 1, then Storm 2, and one thing begat the other. But that's all. Thank you, Council.
Thank you very much. Yes, Councilmember Henderson.
Yeah, I just want to thank Hillsborough County Public Schools for their efforts in this storm. You know, we had to open up schools as shelters. 10 of our schools were still flooded as of yesterday or day before yesterday. You know, a lot of them didn't have power, and they had some challenges, but they've met the moment as well in working with us to accommodate our citizens. I just want to thank them for that publicly. Also, condolences to Noreen Copeland Miller's family. She was a great public servant, fighter of her community, lover of all things cemeteries. Brought some things to our attention immediately when I came on council regarding Memorial Park Cemetery. Her heart was there. Her family's buried there. And so I just want to, give some love publicly to her daughters who are all here during her illness, which she was private about for the past couple of weeks. And so her fight is over, and may she rest in peace. And other than that, also, I just want all of the small business owners in the city of Tampa, and this is including myself, don't forget about us. Small businesses are out here fighting every day to stay alive. And so I know people are not spending money right now, but small businesses are the backbone of our community, so don't forget about them. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Clendenin.
So this is kind of restating the obvious, and I'm apprehensive to do it, but and I don't even want to put it in the form of a motion, but I want to urge the administration to scour FY25 and what's going to be left of 24 budget to identify the wants versus needs, to be able to come to us and figure out how we're going to fund some of this basic. I mean, I know we're going to get reimbursed a lot from FEMA for the costs directly related to both of the natural disasters, since we've been declared a major national disaster, our county. But some of the stuff like Councilman Vieira has talked about, these having generators on these pump stations, resolving some of these issues in some of these neighborhoods that we may have not budgeted for, that we can have a solution sooner rather than later. I think that it's prudent for us to be prepared to have that fiscal discussion.
Councilmember Hurtak, do you have new business?
Yes, on that note.
Great minds.
I moved to schedule a Hurricane Helene and Hurricane Milton post-mortem workshop to include a SWOT analysis, which is strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats for each city department. Specifically, based on our recent response and recovery, what should we do differently next time? What projects need to be prioritized to prepare for the future, and how we're going to pay for it. And when I was describing SWOT to folks, we use this a lot in federal government. But it's when I was a first grade teacher, we called it 3 kisses and a wish, and I had a little magic wand. I had a little wand with a little star and little stuff on it, and then they would bring you like a piece of writing, and you would say, this was great, this was great, this was great. Next time, I'd like you to try doing this. So a SWOT analysis is not a negative thing. It's for each department to be honest. Because, I mean, every single day in my life, I can know what I didn't do right and what I can do better.
I want
And
a magic wand.
well, yeah, oh, I'll bring you. I mean, they're very fun to make. We can have a little
What day
workshop
are
to
you
make our
looking
ones.
to do this?
So that's the thing that we need to talk about.
Can we think about it between now and November?
We can, but I don't know how much time and how, it feels like we need.
This is gonna be a whole day.
I know, but it also feels like we don't have a lot of time.
See, I think to do this right, I think to do this right, we have to have a lot of time, and I don't.
Okay,
necess-
no,
I-
no,
and
no,
I think
no.
we're still in recovery, but I believe we're still in a state of emergency. I don't believe the mayor
Okay,
rescinded that.
okay,
so-
well then,
Yeah, so-
so honestly, my recommendation would be to do it on a Tuesday, all day. I'm not recommending a date yet. That's why I wanted to bring it to us, because honestly, Halloween is open. Too early, I get it.
Too early.
But
I'm thinking February, honestly. I just think, I think for this type of because
But
we're
here's
not
the
gonna even, but our staff's not gonna even know the lessons learned until then, because there's still gonna be a lot of things happening between now and February.
but this is why I'm saying, because oftentimes we do wait, and if Councilman Vieira, if others and you yourself said, hey, we need to scour the budget, now is the time. February, half the year's gone.
Well, I think
So
there's two different things going on.
Okay, and I don't disagree, but my point is, I can tell you right now, some departments are going, I should have done that. And so we're not looking, or, I'm really proud of us for being able to do this, or we were flexible in doing that. So I don't think it's a wrong time to sit down and come up with something sooner, because how we're gonna pay for it is a big deal. So for me, I don't want that West River to go any further, because I think we're gonna have to end up using that money. Same thing with the forensics building. Like, those are now wants, those are wants. They're not needs. And the longer we wait to have these discussions,
Shit, I mean, I don't know where we are in either one of those projects.
I don't either, but that's what I'm saying. We need to sit down, we need to have folks come to us, we need to have this conversation. We cannot kick it till February.
Can you suggest a date,
Would it
though?
be prudent to
Sure,
actually-
I will.
Would it be prudent to ask administration to not let out any further contracts on specific issues until we have this discussion?
Well, I mean, we could go to,
Is there a time in December?
Councilmember Henderson.
I would
It's not that I don't support a workshop, but how about, oh, I thought I turned it on. How about, the SWOT analysis itself? Can we get that from each department by the end of the month in
There you
writing
go.
to us first? So that'd give us a document to look at the end of the month.
Sure.
Yeah, just a SWOT analysis is
It's
is
super
not.
fast.
Yeah, they probably know the answers
they
to
do.
those questions. They can just have a quick meeting where they're just giving what are the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. It's not as serious as you think it is in terms.
It won't be, I've been in SWOT analysis.
Well, okay, well, but
it won't be complete.
No, and
No,
but
it's
that's
they can
okay.
give it to us
Yes.
No, I'm
by
saying
the end of the month.
But it still won't be complete.
That's okay.
Because this process is not gonna be complete.
Correct, but that's the foundation of at least getting started prior to us even having a workshop.
I like that
Is that we
idea.
have at least that information by the end of the month, and then we can decide on a date, for a workshop, so that we can have some direction in it, because we do have rules regarding our workshops as
Yes.
well.
How about we ask for the list they have, their preliminary SWOT analysis.
Yeah, it could be their draft.
Yes, by the end of October.
Yeah.
October 31st by Halloween.
Yeah.
Or actually, I will make it All Souls Day.
Okay.
We'll do November 1st, which is a Friday.
Mhm.
And then from there, once we get that, we can set another.
Yeah.
But that would also, I do want that to include a SWOT analysis, and then from the main administration, where we can get some money.
So why don't we do two motions? You would
Okay.
do the first motion, which I'll second
Mr.
on
Shelby,
the
I know
first,
that
and then you do a
we're
second
in a state
motion
of
for the
emergency,
workshop.
And I know they're all,
Exactly.
overloaded.
I just want to be,
But,
I
yeah,
just
no, I
want
know.
to, depending on, there is no opportunity for the administration to respond to this motion, to this council in a meeting in advance of when it's due. So what I'm saying to you is they'll have to, if there's an issue with them being able to comply, they would actually able to just communicate by emails or
But they
talking to
don't
you
need to
individually.
consult us to give us the
No, they
SWOT
don't.
analysis. That's
No.
not what it is. They don't need to talk to us.
Okay, then how about this?
No,
We'll-
I'm just saying in terms of, what I'm saying is this chamber is empty of staff, and you're making requests of the administration
Well,
between
maybe
now
somebody
and the time they
should
come
be.
back. That's fine, but I just,
Yeah, but we
what?
don't have to get their permission to
No, we
ask them
don't.
for stuff.
We
That's
don't
true.
need to get, so here's the thing. I will change it to November 8th.
Okay, that's just
Second.
for the SWOT analysis.
Just for
draft.
a draft SWOT analysis for,
Yes.
for November 8th. I move to schedule a Hurricane Helene and Hurricane Milton SWOT analysis for each city department to be delivered no later than November 8th for a draft to each council member's email address.
Yeah.
Do we have a second?
Second.
I have another comment too.
Yes, and then,
And you know how like today we're talking about it without a workshop? We can literally, because of the urgent need of this, every meeting. We can, I thought it was on, it is on.
He turned it on for you.
Oh, okay, thank you. I don't know if we necessarily have to have a hard date if we are addressing this, because this is a crisis issue. So we're talking about it now, and this is not a workshop. This is just a regular city council meeting where we can tag on, once we receive this on November the 8th, where we're at least addressing it consistently rather than, and then getting to a workshop date, but we need to continue to talk about it along the way. That's just a suggestion.
we have a motion and a second, and Councilmember Carlson?
Yeah, I recommend that you put a page limit of like 2 or 3 pages.
Yeah,
Because
okay.
specifically put that as the instruction, because otherwise they might
pages.
feel pressured to write something that's 50 pages, but
Yeah.
it should be 2 or 3.
That's
And-
fine.
And the second thing is, we talked about having another motion, that enables us then to put the workshop in February or someplace farther out,
Yeah.
if you want to make that motion.
So I move to have a Hurricane Helene and Milton SWOT analysis, strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats for each city department, no more than 2 pages, to be delivered
Each, 2 pages each.
You
to,
said November
yeah,
8th.
2 pages, yeah, for each department, 2 pages per department. No more than 2 pages per department to deliver to city council, email no later, or by November 8th.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Yes, ma'am. Do you have anything else?
Yes. I moved to have staff, and this one we might have to move, but I don't know if we did this. I'm just gonna set this for now, and if we have to move it, we have to move it. I move staff to provide a written report on December 5th, 2024, that will be an update on the review of the fees and potential fee right-sizing for Parks and Rec, the clerk's office, and neighborhood enhancement, and to include the information reported to the Citizens Budget Advisory Council.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
It's an update of the review of fees and potential fee right-sizing for Parks and Rec, the clerk's office, and neighborhood enhancement. So I'm doing these in tranches, and these are the 3 that are ready to go.
I say they're already doing that.
Yes,
Yeah.
but this is the update. It's just a written, and it's a written review, it's a written report, they know it's coming.
Ongoing process.
Yes, it's an
We have a
ongoing
motion.
process.
Do we have a second?
Yes.
Second from Councilman Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Anything else?
No, that'll do.
Councilmember Carlson?
A couple things, a few things, please. Number one, folks talk about South Tampa, and there's a certain image of what South Tampa is. Just to remind everybody, people think it's rich, everybody's rich, everybody has money, it's all white. There's a large number of middle-class folks in South Tampa, and most of the neighborhoods that were wiped out, the houses were single-family ranch-style homes. Many of them have been in the families for generations. So please keep that in mind. They're not all multimillionaires. The other thing is there's a historic black community in Port Tampa, descendants of the longshoremen, and many of them, the houses have been in their families for generations, and they didn't have insurance because of that, and so they've lost everything as well. So there's diversity in all different places in the community. I would like to. You didn't schedule a workshop, right?
No, it didn't schedule a workshop because we wanted that SWAT first.
I want to,
We're tentatively looking at February, right?
But yeah, I'm thinking January, to be honest with you.
I want to make sure that that workshop includes a specific, I can keep track of it, you can, it needs to include a specific item or agenda item that's about a storm recovery plan, because it's obvious that the storm recovery plan in a major disaster was inadequate for what we hit. And so I want to make sure we spend some time talking about that. Also, I won't make a motion on it because I'll wait and let that be part of that plan.
Wait a minute, the storm, you said
Doug,
the storm
excuse me.
recovery plan's inadequate?
A storm recovery
Councilwoman
plan.
Henderson?
Yeah.
I know, I just want to make sure I'm understanding what he said.
Georgia, turn the microphone.
The city,
No, it was not for that. I was-
it appeared that the city had to quickly assemble and adapt to the unique situation that happened. We had never had storm surge like that before, but now we know it's going to happen again. And it had always been a threat, but we need to be able to mobilize quicker to make that happen. And I'm not criticizing anybody. It's just that as the storms get worse and worse, we need to re-up our plan. So this is just about looking at the storm recovery plan. I'm not making a motion on it now. It can be added to that. The other thing, though, is that we need to update our storm water plan. And I would like to, I think that's a separate issue than these long discussions, but I would like to have a discussion about that. Is it possible to add it to the January 30th workshop? What's our limit? Is that our limit?
Your limit is to do what it takes to be done by 1.
Stormwater's going to be a longer discussion.
So what about,
Do you want to do it on a Tuesday?
what about February? February has 4. But see, the workshop that you have is going to lead into this. And so what I'd like to do is make a motion to put a discussion with staff about updating and modernizing the stormwater plan on the February 27th workshop.
Mr. Shelby. Does your microphone need to be on?
Yes, it does, thank you. That would help. If you take a look at the January 30th workshop items, 4 of them are your motions, so that maybe you can reprioritize, if you like, to be able to allow this to be taken back on.
I have an idea. How about we accept Councilman Carlson's motion to put this on that, and then have him as an IOU to look at the agenda and see if there's something that we could move.
February. Is it 30 or January or February? Okay, January. I'll move something from January 30th and we'll put it there.
So we have a motion from Councilman Carlson about adding stormwater to the January 30th workshop. We have a second from Councilwoman Henderson. Councilwoman Hurtek, you wanted to say something?
Yes, I think this is a super, this is going to be ongoing.
Yes, going.
And we absolutely cannot fit it into our normal work. And I feel like this is that time where we need to use extra days to focus on nothing but this. We cannot wait till February.
Can I say you're gonna
wait till January.
we have the other items coming up, but you're scheduling a whole day, and that day
Yeah.
has to be before this. So that day will be the input into this.
Yeah, but that's sort of what I'm saying is that in your, if we have it in, I just think it's gonna be a much longer discussion than one out of 5 items.
So Councilman Hurtek, can I suggest that we go with Councilman Carlson's idea?
Sure.
And then between now and then, maybe we could discuss doing an extra day, because we can always add an extra day, but we still have a placeholder just in case.
I agree with that, but I also, another thing that I think we should bring forward to the next meeting, November 7th, is everybody bring what they want to talk about at that workshop. Because if you have some ideas and you have some ideas, let's everybody bring their ideas, and then we'll set, my office can set an agenda after everyone gives their ideas.
Okay.
I don't know.
So we have a motion from Councilman Carlson, a second from Councilwoman Henderson, setting an agenda item for January 30th.
Yeah.
January 30th for stormwater.
To discuss updating and modernizing the stormwater plan.
Okay, and then Councilman Hurtek says, provide ideas to her office, and she'll work with that. Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it.
Another thing, I don't know if we can do this in this meeting, but I just want to throw this out here. What happened in public comment this morning, I think we need, with where everybody went long, I think to kind of protect the chair, if there's maybe we should consider a rule that if somebody is allowed to go long, that the clerk would keep track of the time, and then that would be the new, if somebody asked for time, we wouldn't let anybody go past that, because just because somebody goes a minute over doesn't mean the next person could go 5 or 10 minutes over.
So, okay, so yeah, I was gonna say, let me inject in that, is that what needed to happen is that, one, a council person should have called a point of order, and to enforce the rules. And if there was the will of council to extend public comment time, it should have been done equitably amongst every speaker. So that, there was 7 of us up here, we all had the ability to do that, we chose not to, and I understand, the reason why I didn't do it is, quite honestly, we were in the middle of a natural disaster. And there was a lot of pain, and there was a lot of anguish, and I felt that people had an opportunity to speak. But I think for future reference, I think we do have that ability, parliamentarian procedures, to do that, but again, this was a special situation.
I just want to make sure we didn't lose that, but I'm not going to make a motion on it.
Councilwoman Hurtak.
I don't disagree, because this was a natural disaster, but that goes to my point as to why department heads shouldn't have left, because today was a natural disaster, and I just felt like it was the time to listen. So I just, people just want to be heard, and they want the people who run this city to hear them. And
Okay.
that was my, I'll.
Hearing no further new business,
Can I, two other quick things. There was a whole bunch of stuff on social media about the Jackson House surviving, and you know, I tried to save it in 2012, and we were stopped by the last administration. Since then, the foundation has been running it. We gave, as CRA board, we gave them $1 million about 4 years ago. Venick gave them money, and they have put obstacle after obstacle in front of us, and we waived all those obstacles. Before all the staff departures, the staff were pulling their hair out because they were so frustrated with the Jackson House Foundation. I had previously proposed using condemnation rules to take the building back and/or fine them. I think this is a community asset. We offered and continued having the Jackson House Foundation do an update to us at CRA like 8 times, and every time they canceled. And so I'm not making a motion now, but at the next CRA meeting, I'm going to make a motion that we give them a deadline or withdraw their money, because they either need to tear it down or they need to restore it. It's not acceptable anymore. The last thing is that I'm not on TikTok, but my kids and others tell me that 2 stars came of 2 TikTok stars came of the hurricanes. One was Lieutenant Dan. All my kids and all their friends were watching Lieutenant Dan. I even talked to the mayor about it, and you know, there was an argument about whether Lieutenant Dan stayed in his boat or not. And the mayor said officially they took him out of the boat, but then he decided to go back. So that's the answer to that. But the other one that, and I haven't seen this, so sorry if he doesn't like me mentioning this, but apparently Larry Washington has become a TikTok star as well. So congratulations to him.
The thirst is real.
How is that man saying? Yeah, I motioned and Charlie seconded.
We have a motion to receive and file. We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye.